Trustee Edmondson,
Present.
trustee Jackson Miller,
Present.
trustee Gray,
Present.
and we have heard from trustee Donnelly that he is running a bit late.
Okay, we have 3 items for closed session. Before we convene to closed session, is there any public comment for any of those closed session items? Okay,
There's nothing on email.
okay, then we will convene to closed session, 5:32. Yeah. You do 6:49.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, we're gonna call up our pledge leader from SoCal Elementary.
Hey, I am Brittany Birchall, proud principal of SoCal Elementary, and I'm here with Pele Azura Fa Ananimo PV. She is an academic scholar athlete. I'm really excited for you to learn a little bit about her. She's involved in our school leadership. She is the Cheshire Cat in our Alice in Wonderland play, and then she's also been involved in chorus. So I'm going to turn it over to Pele.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pele.
Mission statements. Staff, students, parents, and the community help ensure that each child develops the skills and character necessary for lifelong achievement and responsible citizenship in a diverse world.
Thank you very much. If it's okay with you, your teachers and people, friends and peers put together a little something to tell us all how great you are. Is it okay if I read it? Fantastic. I am pleased to introduce SoCal Elementary's selected student for the pledge on Wednesday, May 6th, Pele Azure Fa Aninimino PV. Close?
Kind of.
Ah, sorry, so sorry.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I only got stuck with 3. Pele is a thoughtful and well-rounded student who brings enthusiasm and positivity to our school community. She has a strong interest in writing, which is her favorite subject, and is actively involved in school leadership, chorus, and theater. Outside of the classroom, Pele is dedicated to athletics, playing basketball year-round on both the travel team, ACSC, and Swish. Pele has aspirations of becoming a flight attendant and hopes to attend California State University of Monterey Bay in the future. She also enjoys exploring music, showing curiosity, and growing skill on the keyboard. In her free time, Pele loves being in the water, whether at the pool or in the ocean, and enjoys boogie boarding. She values travel and spends time with her family visiting Hawaii in the summer and Tahoe in the winter, where she enjoys tubing and ice skating. Above all, Pele has a strong love for her family, especially her cousins. Thank you. Yeah, very cool. Yeah, can we ask you some questions? Please. Great.
I'll jump in. That's so neat that you're interested in being a flight attendant. So does that mean that you're interested in traveling?
Mhm.
Yeah?
I
What,
love traveling.
what country would you be most excited to visit?
I think I want to visit Brazil.
Very
Cool.
Do you speak any Portuguese?
No.
Why Brazil?
I love the culture and I want to try their food.
Nice, nice. What's your favorite thing about the theater?
Theater, I love doing the plays and I also like memorizing lines so I can do presentations.
Which you're great at it too. I can't wait to see one. Congratulations, that's great. Amanda?
One of the first things I heard was that you enjoy writing.
Mhm.
You enjoy writing?
Mhm.
Yeah. Is there a particular type of thing you like writing, like stories that you make up or, articles or, look like, and stories?
Mhm.
Any particular type, like a story you like to write about, I don't know, animals or outer space? The future.
I like doing sci-fi and scary stuff like that.
Okay. Nice. Very cool. Thank you.
And you're also an athlete. I'm so impressed with all the things that you do. I mean, it really is wonderful to have such well-rounded students. How long have you been playing basketball?
A long time.
a long time. And are you playing with school too, as well as travel?
Yeah.
Awesome. And then with your singing, the chorus, what part do you sing in the chorus? You're an alto or a soprano?
We don't do that
You
yet.
don't do that yet. Yeah. What kind of music do you love to sing? Like if you were just to pick and just sing in the car or something, what would you sing?
I do R&B.
Nice. Well, it's just so impressive to have you here and to hear about all the things that you love to do. We also have this gift certificate to Two Birds Bookstore on 41st, so you can get some new books and expand your reading and writing skills. So give that to you, and then we can take a picture.
What position do you play? Yeah. Mom. Yeah.
Here, let's over here. Oh, you're gonna take a picture? All right, now we have adoption of the agenda. There a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda.
You have a second?
Do we need to add anything into the adoption about some extra materials? Was there any language we needed on that?
I was gonna address that when
Okay,
I got to that item.
perfect.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder.
We had a motion to it. Sorry, I
We
interrupted
have-
the motion.
We have a
I'll
motion.
second.
We have
I'll
a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Agenda is adopted. Report out of closed session. We had an inter-district transfer appeal 2026-2701. The district and the parents reached an agreement pending space availability. And then there is nothing to report out on the other two items. Moving to consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt consent?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think we
Any-
have a resolution. Yeah. So
Yes.
we'll do a roll call.
And we'll do a roll call.
Trustee Gray,
Aye.
trustee Jackson Miller,
Aye.
trustee Edmondson,
Aye.
trustee Dickinson,
Aye.
All right, consent agenda passes. Now we move on to our recognition of the reclassified fluent English proficient students.
All right, well, we'll make the introduction quick. First, I want to thank everybody who's here tonight. I know it's a cliche, but it really does take a village for these students to achieve the high bar that is set to be a reclassified English learner. And so I would just like to start by with parents in mind, staff in mind, and the students in mind. Let's give everybody a big round of applause because this is the best night of the year. And just one other small thing, not a small thing, but I just want to give a big shout out to Tristan Betke over here. You know, we've had a lot of changes in our organization and she's really taken the lead. So thank you, Tristan, for all your work. And with that, I see our EL specialists are all ready to go here. So it looks like Santa Cruz Gardens is up first. So come on down.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being here. We're so excited to have everybody here to recognize these students and their amazing accomplishments. Each one of you, all of the students, brings a unique gift to our school community, and today we want to celebrate you. We're so proud of each and every one of you for your achievements, big and small, throughout the years. You've worked hard and learned so much. Your commitment to learning makes our schools truly special places. Your ability to speak multiple languages is impressive, and it shows how dedicated you are to learning. Your hard work and passion for learning is inspiring. Congratulations to all of our amazing students, and thank you to our families for your continuous support and encouragement.
and the glasses have to go off. Estamos muy felices de celebrar este increíble grupo de estudiantes y sus logros. Cada uno de ustedes brinda un regalo único a nuestra comunidad escolar y hoy queremos celebrarlos. Estamos muy orgullosos de todos y cada uno de ustedes. Por sus logros, grandes y pequeños, a lo largo de todos los años. Han trabajado duro. Sorry, I practiced this and I swear this didn't happen in practice. Han trabajado duro y han aprendido mucho. Su compromiso con el aprendizaje hace de nuestras escuelas unos lugares muy especiales. Su capacidad para hablar 2 idiomas es impresionante. Su trabajo y su pasión por aprender 2 idiomas son una fuente de inspiración. Felicidades a todos nuestros maravillosos estudiantes y gracias a nuestras familias por su continuo apoyo y aliento. Felicidades.
Welcome SoCal Elementary going up first.
All right. So I'd also like to say something. I think we have a very passionate staff, and our the love for learning at SoCal is obviously very evident. I just want to say something in regards to our students who are reclassifying tonight. So today we are so excited to celebrate our students who have reclassified. This is such an important accomplishment and reflects a tremendous amount of hard work, growth, and perseverance and dedication from our students. To our students, we are incredibly proud of you. You have shown courage, determination, and a commitment to learning each and every day. The achievement is something to truly celebrate. I also want to thank our teachers and staff for the care, support, and high quality instruction you provide to help our students grow and thrive academically. And to our families, thank you for your partnership, encouragement, and support throughout this journey. Student success happens best when schools and families work together as a team. Today is a celebration of what is possible when students are surrounded by people who believe in them. Congratulations to all of our reclassified students. We are so proud of you. And now in Spanish. Okay. Hoy estamos muy emocionados de celebrar a nuestros estudiantes que han sido reclasificados. Este es un logro muy importante y refleja una gran cantidad de esfuerzo, crecimiento, perseverancia, de dedicación por parte de nuestros estudiantes. A nuestros estudiantes estamos increíblemente orgullosos de ustedes. Han demostrado valentía, determinación y un compromiso con el aprendizaje cada día. Este logro es algo que realmente merece celebrarse. También quiero agradecer a nuestros maestros y personal por el cuidado, apoyo, la enseñanza de alta calidad que brindan para ayudar a nuestros estudiantes a crecer y tener éxito académicamente. Y a nuestras familias, gracias por su celebración, apoyo y motivación durante este camino. El éxito estudiantil ocurre mejor cuando las escuelas y las familias trabajan juntas como un equipo. Hoy es una celebración de lo que es posible cuando los estudiantes están rodeados de personas que crean en ellos. Felicitaciones a todos nuestros estudiantes reclasificados. Estamos muy orgullosos de ustedes. Go Cougars.
Okay, so we are going to start with our students, and just to let the students know, we would like you to come and get your gift and then walk to the purple rug and wait there for the other students from our school, okay? All right. Our first honoree is Alan Fons. Andrew Salinas. Bardia Torkamani. Aiden Mendoza Muñoz. And the next two students are actually graduates of Soquel Elementary. Yes, and so they are now at New Brighton, but because they reclassified with us, we are going to introduce them. So, los próximos estudiantes se reclasificaron en nuestra escuela, aunque ya son estudiantes de la secundaria New Brighton. La primera es Karina Ponce Hernández. Alston Zeng. Felicidades. Congratulations, Soquel Elementary.
Can we all get in there too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know.
Stand?
Yeah, let's just stand in the background. We'll just stand. Yeah, there we go. I just grew.
It takes a village.
All right, Mr. Albano from Santa Cruz Gardens.
Right. Good evening, amazing families and incredible community. Buenas tardes, nuestra comunidad y familias increíbles. Me llamo Carlo Albano, el director de Santa Cruz Gardens. My name is Carlo Albano. It's my pleasure to be here as the principal of Santa Cruz Gardens and to be here to celebrate our amazing Santa Cruz Gardens Dolphins that are unlocking levels, reaching new heights, reading, writing, speaking, listening. These are amazing skills that you have grown in and you have achieved this moment to honor all of that hard work. And this is what school is all about, that connection between teacher and student, reaching into those levels and digging together and growing in all of these amazing areas and having these great talks and every day working in room 43 with Ms. Bonner, our amazing ELD teacher, and Ms. E, our amazing reading intervention teacher, and up and down from TK to 5th grade, behind us are amazing teachers. So I just want to really honor all of you, Elena, Angel, Leo, Anna. You have accomplished something really incredible tonight. We're really proud of you.
Congratulations to our Dolphins. We're so proud of you. Just as the SoCal Cougars came up, when I call your name, come on up and stay up here. Our first student is Angel Chavez Figueroa. Our second student is Elena Ray Rios.
And now I'd like to call up Anna Puchkarev. And also Leo Puchkarev.
Congratulations, Dolphins.
On in for the photo.
Got the whole pond. Yes. Love it.
Okay, who's ready next over there? Looks like New Brighton. Come on down.
Hello, thank you. Tonight, we are very proud to recognize 3 outstanding students from New Brighton Middle School who have achieved this important milestone in their educational journey. Reclassification is a tremendous accomplishment, and we know it's taken years of hard work to get here. And so we're just so proud of your perseverance, your growth, and your determination. And you've all just shown such great academic achievement. And we're just very proud of you. And at this time, I'd like to introduce our fabulous ELD teacher, Ms. Stack, to this podium. Hello, everyone. I want to share with you all that as an ELD teacher, this is the absolute highlight, best part of my job. I am so proud of the 3 students that are going to come up here tonight. Some of you I've had the pleasure of working with for 3 years. That is so much fun for me to get to know students so closely over a period of time. I'm so thrilled for all of you and watched you grow, some of you for short periods of time and some longer periods of time, and seen so much growth in all of you. I couldn't be more proud of each and every one of you. Right now, for one of our students, we're going to have Mr. Broadhurst come up and share a little bit.
All right, good evening, everybody. Getting to the reclassification stage is not an easy task. So we saw a lot of students from our schools who've done great work along with their teachers to get reclassified. Now here at Main Street this year, we actually don't have any students reclassifying. So I think you should probably get rid of the principal over there. Inside joke. But we do have a hand in one of the New Brighton students who is getting reclassified. He's a 6th grader, and I'll let you do the announcements in a moment, but he's a 6th grader who spent 6 years working on his reclassification skills at Main Street Elementary. And we've had 2 teachers who I think we should bring up here too, who played their part in helping that student work to reclassification. So if I could ask Miss Lowe and Miss Springy to please come on up here. And also congratulations to New Brighton for putting the icing on the cake of this 6th grade student who is reclassifying. And I'll let you, whoever's making the announcements, make those announcements. Thank you.
Canuck, Niamhuan, come on up. Congratulations. Mia Zavala Perez, please come up. And Lindsay Arenas Carmona, please come on.
We would also like to congratulate Alston and Karina, if you can come up here as well and join our middle school students. Thank you. We are so very proud of all of our students, and we just know you're going to have a great future. Thank you, everyone.
As we wrap up this part of the evening, I just want to take a second once again. You saw how passionate to tears, literally, how much the staff care about our students. So can we give all of those folks another big round of applause? And how about all of us give the partner we can't do without at home a big round of applause for our parents? And how about these amazing students that came up tonight? Let's give them the biggest round of applause. Our board president has allowed for us to take a short recess so that we can enjoy some treats out front to celebrate the occasion. So please join us, and thank you and have a great evening.
All right, we are going to resume. The next item on our agenda is public communications. We have one item, but it's for an agendized topic, so we'll take that comment then. Do we get any other public comments?
All the 5 that I have on email are all for specific agenda items too.
Okay, so we will take public comment during those items. So our next section, we're at standing reports, items from the superintendent.
I'll make mine very quick, given the robust nature of the agenda. But first and foremost, I wanted to say happy Staff Appreciation Week, happy Teacher Week. Just thank you to all of our staff. And this has been the week that they have been recognized, although we know they do their work all year long. So happy Appreciation Week. And then secondly, I just want to say what a joy it was. Sandy Figueroa and I shared the duties. I had the morning, she had the afternoon of filling in the big shoes of the office manager at Main Street today. And just like every one of our schools, I just walk away so impressed. I am not exaggerating when I say every single student that came in that office got a level of personal attention and care that would make any parent just so happy. So just appreciate Miss Sarah and yeah, just everybody in the office, just the way that they interact with children. It would make you all very proud. That's it for me.
I will yield most of my updates until next board meeting, so bear with me. But I would echo Scott and happy Staff Appreciation Week. I believe today, in fact, is School Nurses Day. So want to celebrate our incredible staff, and you'll hear more from me later tonight, and then much more from me at our next board meeting.
And the same for me as well, but I would also like to say how much we appreciate all of our staff and everything you all do on the front lines. It's so much appreciated. So thank you all.
Update from CSEA.
Oh, I wrote on the back of the agenda.
That's not my agenda. That's your agenda.
I have it, guys.
Okay, this is from our CSEA president. As part of our negotiations, CSEA provided a proposal on longevity pay, and we're still waiting for the district's response so we can finalize our contract.
Update from SEA.
First of all, SCA wants to congratulate all the students who were celebrated at the reclassification ceremony tonight and to their families. This was only accomplished due to your hard work, and it's something to be proud of. SCA continues to advocate for short-term and long-term funding solutions, including but not limited to our work to help get Prop 55 on the ballot, as well as recently meeting with a representative from State Senator John Laird's office. During the meeting, we discussed, among other issues, Prop 98 settlement funds, the release of which he supports, SB 1349, which will require the state to look at ways to improve the effectiveness of each major tax expenditure, and AB 1790, which would eliminate the Water's Edge election tax loophole that allows large multinational corporations to avoid paying their fair share of California taxes, potentially recouping $3 billion in lost taxes annually. Both of these bills would help generate more revenue for California schools. We also discussed the astronomical increases to healthcare premiums, which are set to increase again in the 26-27 school year, and the hardship these costs inflict on families, as well as how school layoffs impact students. This is not our first meeting with Senator Laird's office, and we expect it will not be our last. Hello, my name is Vicki Grisham. I am a licensed registered nurse with the certifications in public health, basic life support, school audiometry, school vision care, and I hold a school nurse teaching credential. I'm also a Stop the Bleed instructor and hold a master's degree in nursing. I have served this district for more than 18 years in many roles as a parent volunteer, yard supervisor, and now as your district nurse. I've been your nurse since 2019. When I was an elementary school student, every school had a registered nurse on campus. Today, credentialed school nurses are responsible for multiple school sites, and we depend heavily on office personnel to provide day-to-day care under our remote supervision. Everything from bandages and ice packs to emergency medical support. Our district services approximately 1,440 students. Of these, 476 have chronic health conditions, 700 conditions in total. 108 of our students have ADHD. Some of them require medication during the school day. 99 students have asthma and may need emergency medication assistance. 58 students have food allergies that would require epinephrine if exposed to the allergen. 7 students have severe allergies to bee venom and would require immediate intervention if stung. 12 students have kidney or bladder conditions. 10 students have cardiac conditions. 8 students have seizure disorders requiring emergency medication within minutes. 40 students have autism. 9 students have migraine disorders. We also care for students with spina bifida, orthopedic conditions, anemia, swallowing disorders, hypoglycemia, and hypotension. We have students with a gastronomy port that would require a nurse to reinsert it if it became dislodged. We also have a student with a pacemaker. We currently have 2 young students with type 1 diabetes who require constant monitoring to prevent hypoglycemia or hyperglycemia, both of which can become fatal if not addressed quickly. Office staff have been trained to provide carbohydrates to raise blood sugar levels and to administer insulin when blood sugar is too high. Insulin pumps are not automatic. They have to be programmed correctly. A mistake could be fatal. Fortunately, we have an incredible administrative specialist trained to manage this care. I provide the training that allows the office staff to safely deliver these services, and they do so under my nursing license. This year alone, we've had more than 200 head injuries. Multiple bumps on the head can cause cumulative and permanent damage. Our administrative specialists carefully document these incidents so we can track patterns and ensure parents and pediatricians are informed. Some students have experienced close to 10 head injuries over time. Without proper tracking, those patterns could probably be missed. We've also managed multiple fractures, some requiring surgery, and lacerations requiring suturing. There have often been an assumption that emergency service can always arrive in time, but in many situations, 5 to 10 minutes is too long. Permanent brain damage from severe blood loss can occur in about 3 minutes. Oxygen deprivation can cause damage in 4. A prolonged seizure becomes a medical emergency within 5 minutes. Anaphylaxis can become fatal in less than 15 minutes without treatment. Because I cannot physically be at every school site at all times, office staff, especially our administrative specialists, serve as our first responders. I also want to recognize our incredible school counselors who support students struggling with PTSD, OCD, ADD, suicidal ideation, eating disorders, body dysmorphia, depression, and anxiety. We currently have 32 students identified with anxiety disorders, and those numbers are not going to improve anytime soon. For some students, our counselors and I are the only mental health professionals they have access to. In addition to providing medical care and training, I also manage extensive administrative responsibilities for the district. Before I became full-time, the district cycled through several school nurses who simply did not have enough time to keep up with California's many state requirements. During my first year here, the district was audited because we were out of compliance with administration requirements. That was not a failure of commitment. It was a lack of staffing and time. Since becoming full-time, I have personally reviewed every student's immunization status, working closely with office managers and administrative specialists, and ensure that our district has remained fully compliant since 2021. We also are required to submit kindergarten dental health data and annual hearing screening reports to the state. These systems were not fully in place until I had the time to organize and implement them. We have successfully submitted that required data since 2029. Our district currently serves 238 eligible special education students. For every initial assessment and reassessment, I conduct hearing and vision screenings and prepare detailed health reports based on parent input, medical records, and observations. I completed this process 145 times this year alone. I also attended as many IEP meetings as possible to explain those reports and answer parents' questions. In addition, I assist principals with 504 health summaries and accommodations for students with health needs. As part of my role as a nurse educator, I provide training for teaching staff on emergency procedures and student health conditions. and I also help educate the fifth grade students about puberty and the physical changes they experience. To meet state mandates, I screen every TK, kindergarten, second, fifth, and eighth grade student, as well as any newly enrolled student or any student referred to by a teacher. I also screen all first graders for color vision deficiencies. This year alone, I screened 875 students. Through partnerships with our county programs, we have also been able to provide glasses to students who otherwise would not have access to them, helping them become healthier and more successful learners. As a public health nurse, I also advise staff and collaborate with public health department regarding contagious diseases, reporting, and response. This year, county school nurses worked with the County Office of Education and Public Health to develop updated communicable disease exposure notices, a project several years in the making. School nurses are constantly improving systems to keep students safe, concussion protocols, emergency response procedures, chronic illness management, and communicable disease prevention. But these efforts require time, staffing, and support. I need the time to do this work effectively. Today is National School Nurses Day. I love my job. I love this district. These students are not just my patients, they are my kids. I've known some of them since preschool. Please allow me to continue doing my job and ensure we have the staffing necessary to keep our students safe, healthy, and ready to learn. Please vote no on the layoffs and the hour reductions. A lack of foresight in student health and safety can be life-altering and can possibly have fatal consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. The bond project, we're going to get an actual discussion, so we'll take that then. Items from trustees.
I have nothing to report.
I didn't attend anything, but I just want to say happy Staff Appreciation Week. We appreciate you guys so much.
Yeah, same for me. No meetings to report. We do have all of our open houses coming up, which is really fun. Cannot believe it's May, but happy Staff Appreciation Weeks. We really do appreciate you.
Yes, thank you. I have nothing to report. Okay, we're moving on to our action items. 8A. Before we move into this, there was an update. There was a final certificated resolution. No, sorry, the final certificated resolution was updated in light of the district receiving the proposed decision on May 4th, 2026.
Thank you, Board President. And we're on item 8A, correct? Making sure. Okay. So tonight the board will consider two related final layoff resolutions. First, a certificated layoff resolution, and then a classified layoff resolution. These are separate action items and will require separate board action, but they are connected by the same larger context. Districts need to align staffing with enrollment, programmatic needs, fiscal conditions, and available resources for the 26-27 school year. Throughout these items, we will refer to reductions in terms of FTE, or full-time equivalent. One FTE generally represents one full-time position. A partial FTE represents a partial position or a reduction in hours or assignment. Using FTE allows the district and board to describe the total staffing impact accurately, even when reductions involve a mix of full-time positions, part-time positions, and even vacant positions. Since the board's preliminary layoff actions in February and March, the district has continued to monitor budget conditions, staffing needs, vacancies, program needs, and operational impacts. As a result, the final resolutions before the board tonight reflect a reduced level of staffing reductions compared with the preliminary resolutions. Now specifically on item 8A, certificated layoff resolution. For certificated staffing, the preliminary actions totaled 2.2 FTE certificated reduction. The final certificated resolution before the board tonight reflects 1.7 FTE. The resolution for this agenda item asks the board to take final action on resolution number 25-2025-26 regarding certificated staffing reductions for the 2026-2027 school year. This follows the board's preliminary certificated layoff actions. after which affected certificate employees received the required notices and were provided their due process rights. Please note that the supporting material for item 8A, as Board President Gray alluded to, was revised yesterday, May 5th, 2026, and posted online. The board has received that revised material in hard copy. In order to protect individual employee confidentiality, the resolution identifies employees by employee identification number. At the same time, I realize that it's important to provide clarity about position areas affected. Therefore, I'm not going to tie specific FTE amounts to specific individuals or specific positions as part of this discussion for this action item, but instead simply state the certificated position areas reflected in this final resolution. And those are one school counselor position, one visual and performing arts teacher position, and one district nurse position. It is important to note that one hearing for the affected certificated staff member was requested and held before the Office of Administrative Hearings. The administrative law judge issued a proposed decision sustaining the district's action as to the affected employee, finding the district's decision was reasonable, made in good faith, and connected to the needs of students and teachers. While the action being recommended for this certificated layoff resolution is necessary for fiscal and operational purposes, I want to acknowledge how difficult this process has been for impacted employees and our school communities. These decisions are not a reflection of the value or contributions of any individual employee. They are part of the district's responsibility to align staffing and programmatic needs, enrollment, fiscal conditions, and available resources. The final resolution authorizes final notices before the statutory deadline. The total certificated reduction reflected in Exhibit B is 1.7 FTE. Employees affected retain all applicable reemployment rights under law. The recommended action is for the board to adopt resolution number 25-26 and authorize district staff to issue the required final notices.
Are there any questions that trustees have? Or any points they would like to raise?
Are you? You go.
So Scott, I think you mentioned it was originally 2.2
For certificated, yes,
for
that's correct.
certificated. And tonight it's 1.7 for
Correct.
certificated. Can you speak a little bit to what has changed since then in terms of fiscal outlook?
Absolutely. So like any budgetary issue, school district budgets are always flexible and can change in real time. And so we've just constantly monitored incoming revenues and projections and saw areas that we could bring some of these positions back.
I was wondering, so one of the positions you spoke to was the counseling position, and we've heard from families again and again how important mental health is and counseling services for students. What's the district's plan for removing 1.0 of a counselor?
There's no doubt of the value that our counselors bring to our schools. And it's a point of pride for me and for our district that wasn't too long ago that we had one counselor for the whole district. And, in recent years, we've been able to have two for New Brighton and one for each elementary school. So the importance of those positions on mental health support for students in general is definitely not lost on the district or on myself. What we can say is that with declining enrollment, we are ready to be a little bit more nimble with our staffing. It may not always be an instance where regardless of the size of your school, you just automatically get a 1.0 FTE. But we do believe with the collective group of counselors and under other mental health support providers that we can consistently provide the right level of mental health support for our students.
And I just wanted to clarify, you spoke to the VAPA, the Visual and Performing Arts position. We're not losing that at schools, right?
So this is for a particular position, and we are not losing. So this is all just in pertaining to a layoff. This is not pertaining to the program funded by Prop 28 or Visual Performing Arts or anything of that nature.
Can you speak a little bit more to the mental health? And so we have the counselors, some of the other supporting roles that are not counselors, and what activities they'll be doing to support mental health.
Chris is going to help us out with that.
Yeah, so I would echo Scott in that the mental health services that we're able to provide to our students are a real source of pride for us as a district. I wanted to add a bit of context, even with this proposed reduction. Our kind of pupil to counselor ratio would be exactly the same as the national average. And in fact, better than I checked this morning, I think it's 28 states. And so it's really important to us that we're able to maintain that ratio while also making sure that we have staff available for those incidental things that come up, because spend any amount of time on a school site and you know that those things come up. And so as we've been working through different scenarios with input from our current team on how we can best meet those needs, we've kind of developed some proposed scenarios that would allow for a counselor to be on site every day, or support under the supervision of our wellness coaches who receive extensive training, who are operating under the license and credential of a school counselor. And so we've maintained through those scenario creations, we've maintained a commitment to the services that we provide at all tiers. So we did the math in terms of the number of sections that we'll be having at all of our elementary sites. So we'll be maintaining that push-in instruction that's become so valuable and so critical. We'll be able to maintain our tier 2 supports in terms of small groups and those sorts of things, while also making sure that our students who require the highest level of need and care are able to receive quality clinical services, either through the SST process or the referral process or through the IEP process, if applicable.
Thank you.
And could anybody speak to, a lot of our counselors were funded by COVID monies. So could you explain that how the funding has changed?
Yeah, so when all the counselors were brought on, we originally had one counselor, and then after COVID is when we saw the big increase of the one-time funding. And that's when we were able to bring in the 4 additional counselors. And it was offset by the one-time funding. Now those one-time fundings have gone. And so we've been backfilling through general fund and so forth, those positions.
Are there other questions?
We heard a lot about the services that a school nurse provides. Very, very vital and important services. When a proposal is out there to reduce FTE, can you speak to decision-making around that? Like, is it due to changes in enrollment or changes in student needs?
Yeah, I'll be glad to comment on that, and I would invite Chris to do the same, given that it falls in under student services. I mean, I think it goes without saying that we wish we didn't have to do any of these layoffs, because every single position, including the district nurse, is invaluable. That being said, we have seen ongoing declining enrollment, and so we believe that all the services can be met even with the reduction.
What I would add is, I want to echo what Vicky said in terms of the high level of care that our students and our staff and support that they've received. And so I think it's really critical to separate that out because it is to be commended. In the consideration process, some of the things that we considered were, prior to COVID, our district nurse position was 0.8. And since that time, we've experienced a reduction in over 400 students. Many of the things that necessitated a higher level of care and a greater amount of time that were COVID related have since resolved. We also, we love to be a good neighbor, right? And so with any kind of extra time or extra resources that we've had through an MOU, have been able to provide nursing support to other districts. They're specifically smalls or one school districts who can't have their own nurse. And we've always told them, like, we'll continue to do this until we can't. And someday we might not be able to. And so, we've already been in communication with them to let them know that, hey, that may be the case next year. You may have to look elsewhere for your nursing services. And so while we always want to be a good neighbor and support our partner districts, we have to think about our students and our staff first. And so, reducing some of those services and supports would also alleviate some of the burden and allow our district nurse to focus on our district and students here. Thank you.
Thank you both.
Are there any further questions, or does anyone have a motion? Oh, yes. Thank you. We'll open it up to public comment. Just as long as you speak in the mic, I think it's fine.
I just want to say to the board that yes, we all know we have a declining enrollment, but it feels on campus like we have escalating needs. It doesn't feel like there's less needs. It feels like there's more needs and higher levels of care needed for more students.
I would like to agree with what Ms. Weber says as well. Just because we have fewer students doesn't mean the need has gone down. The need has gone up. I'm doing exactly the same number of IEPs every single year. That doesn't go away. We have more kids that are being diagnosed with various conditions. I am working hard every day, and the amount of time I spent over at Mountain School and PCS was less than a week, if you add up all the time. So that really is not even an argument. You need full-time nursing. You need full-time administrative specialists. You can't afford to not have these people. You need to have as many counselors as you can possibly get because it's not getting any better. The anxiety level of these students is through the roof, and they need somebody to talk to. And yes, I am a mental health professional, but the counselors have got the time and the training that I don't have. So I really am strongly urging you to reconsider these layoffs and hour reductions. You're really putting our students at risk.
Hello. Can you hear me? I heard the presentation just a minute ago. It sounds like half an FTE was discovered in funding in the last couple months. So I would strongly encourage the board to vote to maintain these staff levels until further funding can be found. It seems like funding comes down the road from wherever in a matter of months. And so I'd strongly encourage, given the vital health services that's provided by the nurse, that these positions be maintained, whatever the correct voting appropriate term is, given that it seems like more funding might be available in the future in a few months from whatever happened from the last couple months. So strongly encourage you to maintain these staff positions.
And that there's no email comment on this item.
I just want to say something. Um, I know I sat there and I was like, am I going to say, I don't know what to say. I've been with you all for this whole, we've been together through this thing and I feel the exhaustion and I know the ins and we've just been here all and I can't sit and say nothing. Because the arguments are so solid and sound and there's a moment where we feel like we're out of the crisis. There was a moment where I thought, okay, maybe the crisis is over and this makes it still feel like we're in a state of crisis and we're trying to rebuild stability. And I was really hoping, and I don't have a lot of facts and figures. Sometimes I come, prepared and ready or curious. And at this point, it's kind of an exasperation and I can feel it in you. Nobody's rushing to make a motion. You don't want this. I know that. I don't know. I don't have great words tonight. I just have, I just have hope and a need to stand with the counselors and the nurse to say, I wish you would not pass this. I wish you would find a way. I wish you would take a risk. That's what I wish. Thanks. Maybe Scott, you could elaborate on the funding, like how we found funding and how there is risk inherent in the machinations of that.
Yeah, again, I will comment and then I'll welcome our CBO to add any specificity. I would just say that the reason the layoff process exists the way it is, where preliminary notices have to be issued by March 15th, and then that gives districts time to continue to evaluate their budget. But this is a final layoff notice. So whereas doing that on a preliminary basis doesn't offer the same final risk, when we're looking at our budget now and making decisions, there's no going back the way there was from a preliminary notice. So it's really more about the process. Allison, would you like to add anything?
Yeah, and as we talked about before, the marker that we're looking for in March to see what property taxes came in at, it did come in a little bit higher this time than compared to last year. We haven't reached that final marker point, so we don't know if it's going to come in a lot higher, if we're going to receive the same amount. But based on the recommendations that we have brought forward tonight, we feel like we'd be able to accommodate the positions that we were rescinding and cover with the budget that we're projecting to receive. And again, the part that gets scary is because we're basing this on property taxes. The property taxes don't come in as we need them to come in at, then if we don't go forward, then the problem will be we can't go backwards. And then we'll find ourselves kind of in another tight area and budgetary, and we have to make sure that the budget stays solvent. So until we get to the end of the year, we won't know exactly what we come out with in property taxes. And that's the biggest question that we all want to know. And that's what we've been really watching all year.
Yeah, these processes bump up against each other, right? By statutory, we have to complete this final layoff process now. And we can't wait for other budgetary information to come forward.
I'm wondering what my fellow trustees might think about an amendment that maintains the nurse position.
Can you repeat that? Say that a little loud.
I said, I'm wondering what my fellow trustees would think of an amendment that maintains the nurse position.
I'd be interested in exploring that.
I'm open to that.
It puts our 3 years out at under 5, based on the number.
How much under 5?
4.85. But it's 3 years out.
I'm okay with that. I think she's worth the risk.
Yeah.
I think everyone is worth the risk.
Absolutely.
I think I'm thinking about, yes, we have 450 fewer kids, but that doesn't mean that the needs have gone down by 450. The last 5 years and even looking forward have done a number on all of us. So that's what I'm thinking.
I'm comfortable with that risk. I think that the value of that extra 0.2 is valuable.
For sure. I had 2 boys go through this school and I spent half of my life in this school at the nurse's office. So I'm down with that.
I think also thinking of our nurse as a mental health specialist and understanding that we're talking about a great loss and considering a 1.0 FTE counselor. And I know we have a plan for making sure kids get what they need, but adding that 0.2 back in at our specialist, who's got the RN, who can provide that support is definitely something I can get behind. It's a risk. I mean, and we do this terrible, boring stuff that we signed up for of like, constantly monitoring the numbers and the projections. I mean, Allison's, Allison's really doing it, but we're sitting here really, really looking at the numbers and looking at how low he can get our reserves and feel comfortable with that risk, because that's our responsibility, like not just where we are this year and next year, but in 20 years and in 50 years. And knowing again that it really seems to be, declining enrollment is here to stay, unfortunately. When we had demographers come out and do studies, like there's not a rosy future in terms of more and more kids coming in, enrolling in our wonderful schools and getting the services from our incredible professionals. So that's what we're really struggling with. That's why we're talking about, getting down below 5% and 4.85. Like we're really trying to be as responsible as we can, but
We're supposed to be at what, like 15 to 25?
Eventually.
Yeah.
There's
But it's just, that just kind of underscores the pressure that the whole district, not just the board, is under, and we're just really trying to make the smartest decisions. I mean, thank you for coming out. Thank you for saying what you did. I mean, it all makes a difference.
So I am going to make a motion. Well, no, first I make an amendment to the motion. I'm going to make an amendment to the motion to the resolution to adjust the 0.2 FTE, to remove that 0.2 FTE from the resolution list.
Employee number 57.
Employee number 57.
I'll second it.
I know it's a roll call, but are we all in favor? I mean, I guess we
Aye.
could do the roll.
any further discussion?
I like this amendment, and I also want to say that it's painful to lose a counselor, and I'm hopeful that we can, make use of interns and the plan that you talked about. Just, it's true. I feel the mental health of our students is just, it's activated since COVID and school, and so anything we can do to try to help. But yeah, just that was a side comment. Okay. So yes, let's continue.
Trustee Gray,
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Edmondson,
Aye.
Trustee Dickinson?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Now we move to 8B.
Okay, 8B is a classified layoff resolution. So this item is the related layoff resolution, but specifically for classified staff. For classified staffing, the March preliminary resolution reflected 14.875 FTE. The final classified resolution before the board tonight reflects 7.375 FTE. This means the classified recommendation has been reduced by 7 FTE from the preliminary resolution. While we will not review the status of every individual position tonight, I do want to specifically address two areas that have been of significant concern to employees, families, and the community. Board approval of this resolution, as it is, would mean that the layoff notices for all administrative specialist positions are rescinded, and that 3 of the 4 school custodian reductions identified in the preliminary classified resolution would not be moving forward in the final resolution. This item asks the board to adopt resolution number 26-2025-26, the final classified layoff resolution for the 2026-2027 school year. The board took preliminary action on March 4th, 2026, and the district issued the required preliminary notices by March 15th. The district has completed the required notice and due process procedures. No hearings were held, and there's none moving forward. Final layoff notices must be issued before May 15th. As with the certificated item, the classified resolution identifies affected current employees by employee identification number in order to protect individual confidentiality. Again, I'm not going to tie specific FTE amounts to specific individuals or positions as part of this discussion, but I will summarize the classified position areas reflected in the final notices. These position areas impacted by the final resolution include 1 data information specialist, 1 custodian position, 1 benefits technician position, 1 wellness coach 2 position, and 1 instructional aide for computer education, along with several vacant positions that do not directly impact a current employee. As with the prior item, I think it's important to acknowledge that this process has been difficult for impacted employees, their colleagues, and our entire school communities. The decisions are not a reflection of the value or contribution of any individual employee. They're part of the district's responsibility to align staffing with programmatic needs, enrollment, fiscal conditions, and available resources. The final classified resolution reflects a total reduction of 7.375 FTE, including both employee reductions and vacant positions. Employees affected retain all applicable reemployment rights under law. So the recommended action is that the board adopt resolution number 26-2025-26 and authorize district staff to issue the required final layoff notices.
I just wanted to make a comment that when we did the preliminary layoffs, we tried to impress upon how we were very committed to pulling as many of these roles back as we can. And I think it was about half of them. And so I want to thank the district for working hard to take on more risk in how they're doing some of their financial projections to pave the way for that. A fair number of these roles are vacant. So ultimately the impact to people in roles has been greatly reduced from when we looked at this in March. Questions, comments?
Just maybe more of a comment. I really appreciate all the community input. We received a lot of emails just shouting out to how important these administrative roles are in the office, just what what a critical role it is. So I'm really happy that we can save the administrative assistant at all the school sites. Yeah.
I do want to echo what Ariel mentioned. I mean, it was a horrific percentage of our CSEA members who were on that original list. It is deeply painful, deeply, deeply painful. And so I appreciate how far we've been able to come. But yet also still acknowledging this is a potential loss for, you know, an incredibly valued, important group of employees. My question is around, you know, how, if the reduction is approved, how are we able to ensure that the work continues to get done? I'm thinking specifically about custodial services and just the critical work that our maintenance team, our custodians do to keep our facilities safe and clean, and what kind of plan we might have in place if this is approved.
Yeah, often these positions, as you mentioned specifically with custodians, are the unsung heroes of making a welcoming and safe environment. And so it is not lost on us, you know, how critical they are. That being said, with declining enrollment overall, currently our district has 9.0 FTE custodial positions district-wide. This, if approved tonight, this resolution would take that down to 8.0. And of course, we just have to be more nimble with how that FTE is spread about the district.
With the reduction in classroom usage, we've tried to think really strategically of like, rather than having one big classroom in this building and one in this building and one in this building, can we kind of concentrate those to help support kind of efficiency and the many things that have to be done during and after school to maintain, you know, safe and clean campuses. Thank you.
Just a comment. I'd just like to thank Scott and his team. It's not just numbers. You guys put faces to these every single day. And I know how difficult it is as a board member to do my job. I can only imagine how difficult it is for you to do your job sometimes. So thank you to you and your team. You guys get the great stuff, and you guys unfortunately also get the bad stuff every once in a while.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging that.
Would someone speak to the wellness coach position and the plan for that?
Yeah, I can do that. As you have heard, not just in this context, but often, one of the most significant needs that we've seen kind of like has been shared increasing is behavioral. And certainly there often is a mental health component to that, but we have had to become very nimble and how do we support those students. So we've seen an increase in the number of students with one-to-one aids. And we've tried to be really intentional, not just because of staffing, but because it's what serves students best, to where students can be successful and can be independent without that support, let them be. I think historically there's that trend of, oh, the student's having a hard time, they should have one-to-one support all day. Our wellness coaches have allowed for a little bit more creativity and flexibility in terms of, oh, I know that this student is having a really hard time with this kind of specific thing. Let's implement a really intensive support cycle for this amount of time. And then when appropriate and when possible, feed that support. Our wellness coaches have also provided really critical support and coverage when aides are out and those sorts of things. And so one of the reasons that we made the hard recommendation to kind of prioritize that position is when we did our analysis of ways that we could shift coverage around between counselors and wellness coaches, the wellness coach position provides some of that nimbleness and that kind of specific behavioral intervention expertise. And so that's one of the reasons that we really prioritize that position.
I'm sorry, but we're talking about cutting one of those positions. So can you speak to that?
Yeah, so as we've looked through our coverage kind of scenarios, really what we've been able to do is by ratio kind of divide up the proposed remaining FTE and say, okay, if we know that on this one day, this site won't have a counselor, let's make sure that there is a wellness coach there on that day. So we have really worked hard to provide for coverage in that way. And then other things that we've really looked at in terms of having to make that hard decision are, looking at different sites and the number of behavior referrals that we're seeing, cost referral ratios in terms of what areas are we seeing staff say that they need support. Unduplicated student counts and concentrations at different sites, and really having to consider all of those different sources in terms of how we prioritize those things. I would love to be able to maintain every single position. That would be great. And then add a few more. And we know that that's just not the fiscal reality right now. And so we've really had to say, what's hard is the state and federal funding models don't consider any of those positions essential. Like if you look at the required positions for a school district, they're not in it. And we know that those are required positions for a school district. And so we have to really ask, as Scott has mentioned, as we've all talked about declining enrollment, I think it's a reality that we really have to continue to be mindful of. It would be great to have one of everything, one per site. You get one, you get one, you get one. And as, enrollment decreases, if we have one site that has, 200, 300 more students than another, we have to appreciate that and how we allocate staffing ratios and resources.
And do we still have our intern program for counseling?
We do. So yes, we in fact have one intern already secured for next year. In terms of counseling, we have been in talks with another candidate who is wanting to be a psychologist intern. And so we are really excited about that. I met just recently with the CSUMB school counseling program coordinator to say, hey, we'll take all the interns. And we're really working hard to maintain those relationships with CSUMB, San Jose State. UMass has a virtual program, and so we've been in talks with some of their representatives as well to really prioritize that. I think that the thing that I will say that I want to be mindful of is interns are really great, and that supervision is a demand on our counselors' time. And so I really try to, wherever possible and appropriate, defer to them. Like, hey, is the value added enough that the time required balances out?
And also, Callie, there is a wellness coach on the list, but there were more on the preliminary.
I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments, or should we go to public comment? Is there any public comment on this?
Hi, I didn't really prepare anything, but as a classified staff, I want to just first thank you for saving those few positions you did, but it's still disheartening that we are expected to take the majority hit on this. We are already the most underpaid staff in the school, and you expect us to lose the most staff. Especially in night custodian, even though we have declining enrollment, that's still going to affect our school cleanliness and safety. So please reconsider some of these positions before voting on it. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Teodoro Lopez. I have been a custodian here for 17 years. And I asked my union president what's going on. I asked my principal what's going on, and they don't have no idea. So I want to ask you, tell me how you're going to do. How you going to maintain a building like this big with 2 custodians? Just tell me how. It doesn't matter how many students you have, we still have to clean. So tell me, we're gonna clean maybe once a month the classrooms? Because the restrooms, 7 sets, we have to clean every single day. So forget about the trash, forget about the recycling, sweeping, mopping. So you guys have to figure out. Because if you cut that custodian, it's gonna bring everything really bad to the schools. So, I work in another district and they never been this bad. I work for city schools also. And they never been, try to cut, like leave one custodian in the school. So I want you to reconsider not to cut the custodian and leave the way it is. Even then, we work really hard to maintain this school. This school is so big. It's like a high school. You know how many custodians have a high school? 5 custodians. Over here, we only 2. And we struggle to keep it clean. So imagine 2 people, we're not gonna do anything. One a day, one a night, we're not gonna do anything. So it's up to you guys. You wanna keep a nice school or a trashy school? Thank you.
Very similar comment from before. It seems like you found 7 FTEs in a matter of months. Would also add, is the budget really that tenuous? That a matter of a handful of salaries, as was mentioned, these are the lowest salaries on the docket, is going to mean financial ruin. I didn't understand the percentages you threw out, Trustee Dickinson, earlier. I don't really understand what you mean when you're talking about that. So fully acknowledge that there's a lot of planning that has to happen, but seems to me like a lot of these roles are critical, and seems to me like we're finding money from property taxes. So I don't really fully understand the risk. I fully support the custodians like I did with the nurses and the other staff. Recommend you keep them.
I do have email comment on this item, if the
Go ahead.
comment in the room is done. So these are all about one particular wonderful employee in one particular position. So I'm just going to say that up front because that particular position is no longer a part of this final resolution. So with that said, I'm going to try to read these kind of quicker than maybe I normally would. Please do not let, this is from S. Wright for Main Street. Please do not let Sarah go from Main Street. She is a vital part of the school. She provides socio-emotional and health support to our children in a time when we do not have dedicated staff on campus and children more than ever need this support. Next is from Andrea Berggren, sorry. Dear school board members, I'm writing to urge you to consider the proposed layoffs of Sarah Weber and our school janitor at Main Street. Reconsider those. Sarah is a vital part of our campus. Her role in the front office helps keeps our schools safe, organized, and supportive for students and families. She is someone our children know and trust, and her presence contributes greatly to their physical and emotional well-being. I also ask that you consider releasing the janitor under consideration. The cleanliness of our schools is essential to the health and safety of our children and to maintaining a clean and positive learning environment. These positions are critical to the daily functioning and well-being of our school community. Please prioritize keeping these valuable staff members at Main Street. Thank you for your time and consideration. Next up, we have from Francesca Kus, to whom it may concern, I'm writing to express my deepest concerns regarding the board's decision to terminate a vital role at Main Street Elementary. Miss Sarah is one of the most crucial roles at Main Street. She has a key role in making sure our students are safe and well taken care of. She provides stability and consistency, and one students lean on when they aren't feeling well. She knows the complexities of family dynamics and helps to monitor glucose levels. She also provides support for our wonderful secretary, Melina, and together the two of them are an amazing team. With a new administrator starting in the fall, taking away the fundamental backbone of our office would be detrimental to the success of our school. It's far too big a role for just one office secretary. What happens in the case of an emergency or a lockdown drill or a campus intruder, earthquake, fire? Having one person manage contacting the appropriate entities is far too great of a responsibility, and at the very least needs to be managed by 2 people. 2 people are familiar with all students, staff, and community. Per the district's mission statement, staff, students, parents, and the community help ensure that each child develop the skills and character necessary for lifelong achievement and responsible citizenship in a diverse world. We have 2 amazing office personnel who are helping to do just that and are helping to fulfill the district's mission statement. As a teacher who has worked at Main Street, I have personally witnessed the multiple hats Miss Sarah wears at any given time. a job that is already far too underpaid for the amount of care she provides. To eliminate the position would be such a mistake. I've never worked in a public school that doesn't have 2 office personnel because it is essential for the success of the school. She is the most kind person and has such a sweet and loving demeanor with the students. My youngest son fell last week in front of the school and had a bloody knee. Miss Sarah calmed him down and spoke so kind to him, and she cleaned his knees and bandaged them. He's not even a student at the school, yet she didn't hesitate to help him because that is the type of person she is. In addition, we have received an email today regarding the search of a new principal and the lack of interested candidates. This solidifies even more the reason not to create further instability in our school by letting Miss Sarah go. Also, has the board looked into CSI funds for medical funding to help fund her position? We love Miss Sarah and hope to see her vital importance to our school and find a way to keep her position. And last on this item, Main Street administrative cut, and this is from Taylor Brown. Dear SoCal Unified Union School District Board. My name is Taylor Simpkins, and my daughter has a student at Main Street Elementary for almost 4 years now. I'm deeply concerned and disheartened to hear about the position of administrative specialist at Main Street Elementary School being cut. Sarah Weber is an asset to our school community, and to lose her in this position would be detrimental to our students and the front office administration. Sarah brings a sense of safety and consistency to the front office for our students when they are sick, hurt, or in need of medical attention. My daughter took a very bad fall and almost broke her arm this year. Sarah went above and beyond to make sure she was cared for, felt safe, and that her parents would be there soon. It brings tears to my eyes to think there may not be anyone in that position next year to help students who are scared or in need of immediate medical attention. It's not possible to run the nurse station and front office without her, and it's actually extremely unsafe. I'm asking you to seriously consider the impact of cutting her position will have on our school, kids, and community. I understand it's a budget, quote unquote, issue, but we saw how creative you can get when you realize how important our staff is to our school, and the positions are worth so much more. I'm begging you to please look at every option to help keep her in her position at Main Street.
Thank you. Robert to come back. Any final questions or comments? Like I opened with this, this was a really difficult preliminary layoff list, and we were very committed to having the impact be much less. The impact is still there for sure. It is less, and we do have budgetary numbers we need to get to. So I am going to make the motion to adopt the resolution.
And I'm sorry, just before you do that, you don't think that there's any wiggle room with this? You feel like we're down to the bare reserve number and in what your comment you just made?
I do. I feel like
Yeah.
we're pushing the envelope to the point where I'm comfortable. I'm not comfortable pushing it further at this moment.
I would say the same, and I'm trying to also balance thinking about meeting staff needs, of who we have, in a couple of years. Like we know that the health insurance costs are going up. We know cost of living is going up. We know that what the district takes in doesn't always match the needs. And so how do we hold tight to some amount of reserve and comfort level so that we can try to take care of the folks we have here? And it's awful, but I'm not comfortable with any changes either.
How many custodians do we have?
In the district currently, there's 9.0 FTE. This resolution, if approved, would take it down to 8.0 FTE.
Okay, thank you.
So I made a first motion to adopt the resolution on the classified employees. Is there a second?
I'll make the second.
Okay, roll call.
Trustee Gray,
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller,
Aye.
Trustee Edmondson,
Aye.
Trustee Dickinson?
Nay.
Resolution passed 3-1, just to confirm.
2 or 3 minute recess.
Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. All right, we are back. We're going to move to presentations. Our first presentation is on Measure P.
I'll just do a quick intro. We have an amazing team of support providers, from architect to the district advisory group, with helps with all manners of making sure our construction projects, or bond-related projects, go right. So VJ is here from Modus, leading the architectural team. Brett is here from DAG, District Architects Group. And most of you all know Jim Dupre, who we just won't let go of. And he knows the campuses like the back of his hand, and still comes out to help us make sure that all of these projects support our students and staff the best way. So come on up, Jim. All right. Thank you, team, for being here. And we can't wait to hear about all the Measure P projects.
Right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Vijay. Won't give you my last name, it's too long. I'm here to present where we are with the bond that was passed in November of 2024. You haven't seen any work happen on site, but there's been a lot of work that's been happening behind the scenes. And we're going to go through some of that and some of the projects that are being lined up for next year. So we're going to talk about the New Brighton modernization and ADA upgrades, and SoCal Elementary modernization phase 2, and then we'll talk about budgets, where we are with it. Actually, before I go into this, we have some phase 1 projects that are going on 3 sites, which are the site work, new fields and amphitheaters and shade structures. And that's happening at SoCal Elementary. It's happening at Main Street and Santa Cruz Gardens. Those projects are very close to getting approval through DSA. We have a contractor on board, and we're working diligently with the contractor to nail down the scope and finalize the budgets. I think when we talk about the budget, we'll tell you where we are with it. We're very close to meeting, being within budget on those 3 projects. In addition, at New Brighton Middle School and SoCal Elementary, we have 2 modernizations that are still going through DSA. We expect to have those approved by around August timeframe, and just beginning the contractor selection for those 2 projects. The next project that we're talking about is New Brighton phase 2 modernization, which includes modernizations of wing 10, 20, and 30. And everything that you see in blue, which is the breezeways, that are going to be modernized. I'll go to the next slide. That will give you an indication of what our breezeways look like at New Brighton. Got a bunch of utilities on it. A lot of it is, we believe, is abandoned. It's not in use. A lot of them are corroding. And can I just step up there just to point?
Yeah,
It's a lot easier for me.
Work for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, take
That one's closer if you want to be closer.
Oh, yeah, you can use that mic.
So some images from our walkthrough from the roof. As you can see, there's a lot of utilities out here. We've got some dry rot on the underside of the breezeways, and all the high windows that we have between the breezeways and the high roof. We have a series of windows. You can see the condition of those windows. They're really in bad shape. And then in some areas of the high roof, we have some rot. So the plan is to sorry. So the plan is to modernize the breezeways. We don't know exactly, it all depends on costs. So whether we're going to modernize refurbish the existing breezeways, there's a potential that if the costs are too high, it may be cheaper to tear it down and build new breezeways. If we do that, then we'll take all the utilities and bury it underground. So you'll have nothing on the roof. We're going to modernize all those classrooms. Basically, it's going to be carpets, paint, and new cabinetry. SoCal Elementary Phase 2 project. The main building, which has the admin, that we already have it going through DSA. The Phase 2 modernization will include modernization of the TKK facility and a little bit of the MP room. At the TKK facility, the major improvements that we're planning to do is to add what you see in yellow, some restrooms that are dedicated to the classrooms, and then modifying some of the men's restroom, breaking it up into two, one so that each of the classrooms have dedicated. Yeah.
So, at SoCal, the restroom facilities for kindergarten have always been woefully bad. You always think of kindergarten rooms having restrooms built into the classroom so the students don't have to leave the classroom. Well, at SoCal, as we are right now, students actually have to leave the classroom to go use the restroom. With this plan, the two ones with one on them will be connected to the classroom so the students can stay. It's safer for everybody. We'll take one of the existing men's restroom and turn it towards where the number 6 is. That will give that kindergarten classroom an internal restroom as well. And then there will be and then we could take what's left over from that big restroom and turn it into a staff restroom or this kindergarten compound.
Jim, am I looking at that right? That the number 1 on the SoCal drawing, is that the walkway where you would walk into?
Yeah. Yes.
So you're blocking off the walkway?
Yeah.
Because these classrooms are not, there's not square footage, it's hard to add a restroom within the classroom. So the only way we could do that was to use the breezeways. These are anyway dead ends. And up here, the steps to the pad. And when we spoke to the teacher, they actually liked the idea that the school was just contained.
Oh, I didn't.
So the one at the top, the new one at the top, that leads to the back of the 2-story building.
Right.
And with the current, and Miss Damer's still here, are you not? Here she is. They don't want students going back there. I don't think they have supervision, so this would actually help stop kids from going up and then through that breezeway. And like I say, it's almost turns into a compound, may not be the best choice of words, but it's just a solid kindergarten area. Complex, good choice.
Further questions?
I guess I had a question. When we're talking about, because it connects back with the New Brighton slide as well, when you're talking about modernizing classrooms, and I think you mentioned shelving, cabinetry, et cetera, is the general idea to bring those classrooms to the level of the classrooms that we built out with the last bond?
Yes, that's the goal.
Yeah.
So most of the current classrooms, the 10, 20, 30 wings were modernized with the 2002 bond, which built this building. So we're looking at cabinetry that's 24 years old. So like the sink areas don't meet current ADA requirements, plus the laminate around those sinks, and those sinks are in really bad shape after 24 years of use. They didn't have enough big cabinets as part of that remodel. So you've got a mismatch of what everybody can find and whatnot. So we'll kind of make that all look the same. And then one of the big requests from staff, they have a big row of cabinets underneath windows, and they want doors on those. So we don't have to tear out those cabinets to provide that. We could just add doors to those cabinets, and that'll get them a need that they want.
Thanks.
Madam Chair and members, Brett McFadden with the District Advocates Group. We're going to step back now and go to sort of 20,000 feet and looking at all the current projects that we have now that are sort of what we call on deck at this point. Before I do that, though, I want to emphasize something that the Superintendent Turnbull said earlier. What you don't see is mentioned by my colleague VJ, what's going on behind the scenes. Another aspect you don't see is, and this doesn't occur a lot. I've worked in a lot of bond programs, both as a practitioner and now in this current role, is the team has jived. We are at this point in time where we're in daily contact now with each other, as well as your district staff, as we're now about to come out of the Division of State Architect on 3 large projects in the first phase. So the amount of contact and dialogue. So the nice thing is that I think they pretend they like me. They return my calls and such. So, but I appreciate that the team, and it's a diverse team of different interests, architects, project planners, so former superintendents, district staff, and such. So with the divergent interests and perspectives that we have, we've been able to gel solidly with a clear mission of delivering, effective projects for this district and the community overall. And that's been nice to have that. My firm serves 30 districts statewide in various offices. We're not experiencing that in every district. So that's a special thing that I think needs to be noted and said. So as we go and look at our current projects now, and as VJ mentioned, we have 3 projects, and where you see in the project type field and amphitheater, so you'll see 3. SoCal Elementary, Main Street Elementary, Santa Cruz Garden Elementary. Those are at the final stages of what we call DSA review, Division of the State Architect. That's the planning agency that we have to go through. And so we believe that, and we're hopeful that within the next less than a month, maybe perhaps 6 weeks or so, we'll begin to come out of DSA on those various projects and then begin to enter into construction in probably phased approaches over the course of the summer and into fall. So this will represent your first set of 3 major projects in Measure P. And so one of the nice models that we're utilizing is lease-leaseback as a construction delivery model. And so Kent Construction was selected in that process, and we brought that to the board for approval and such. One of the benefits of the lease-leaseback model is that you will be presented what's called the guaranteed maximum price for these projects. We're right now working closely with Kent Construction to look at pricing for the various subcontractors and services and such. And we had a long meeting this morning. And we're happy to mention that, as VJ brought up earlier, is that we're coming down the line of what we're budgeted. You may see some variance in some aspects and such because they're reflecting currently some of the uncertainty of what's going on in the world, as well as just normal cost escalations and such. But we're coming within the budgetary parameters that we've set for at least for these first 3 projects. We're moving aggressively on all of these current projects now in order to beat cost escalation, as well as then getting Measure P dollars into work and into utilization at this point. So at this point in time, I would say the vast majority of these projects are in DSA. As I mentioned, the 3 elementary schools and their field and amphitheater projects are in the final stages of DSA review, and we'll be coming out of that. And then we will move quickly to go into the construction phase after you approve the guaranteed maximum price, or you delegate authority to your superintendent to take that action at that point in time. The other projects that we have in place in terms of New Brighton Middle School, SoCal Elementary Phase 1 been submitted to DSA, and they're in the, I'd say, a third of the process, third of the way through that DSA review process at this point in time. And then we'll be submitting phases 2 for both New Brighton and SoCal later on. At this point in time, we have an estimated budget of about $47.9 million for this list of 7 different projects at this point in time. We feel confident that we're going to come in, within those realms. The one unknown, however, will be projects that go and start in 2027. Given what we've seen in the last 4 or 5 months happening in the world, there's a lot of uncertainty as to what effect those worldwide conditions might have on construction materials, construction delivery, and such like that. So we're holding fast with our budget numbers now, but watching that closely at this point in time. Any colleagues, anything you want to?
Thing I'm gonna say is reaching out.
Oh,
to-
there's
to,
people online.
we've been reaching out to staff and parent groups. Mostly just to warn them that when they come back, especially at the elementary schools, when they come back to school, none of these fields will be finished. So they're gonna come back with limited space for their kids. Just construction will be going on. So we're not gonna interrupt the end of the school year, which we would have liked to have, but the DSA hasn't played along. But when they come back, just know that it's going to be a bit of a mess. We've told teachers, try not to visit your schools during the summer because the contractor really wants to spread out during the summer so they can get as much done that's going on. So we just want to make sure that staff, particularly parents as well, have that information and know what they're going to be looking at when they come back in the fall.
Can I ask about I hope this isn't a rude question, but the breezeways, like what would happen if we didn't have breezeways? They're very expensive.
Well, because you do not have any other cover over the doors, I think you need breezeways because, if it rains or if it's a hot day, you want some protection for your kids as they're commuting from one classroom to the other. If it rains, you don't have any protection.
I mean, I'm just thinking of the other elementary school sites. It's not it's not everywhere.
So if the elementary schools that do not have breezeways, they have their roof overhang that extends and becomes that cover. But it is not a good idea, in my opinion, to have a building face that's completely exposed and has no overhang.
Santa Cruz Gardens has breezeways predominantly around their buildings. Main Street, when it was built, breezeways were planned for that school. The columns that go around that bucky little amphitheater that just kind of stick up, go about 5 feet. That was the beginning of columns to support a breezeway that would take you from the office all the way up to the commons. Ran out of money, so those never got built. So Main Street is the one, and we've had requests from previous boards and from previous administrators about, hey, can we get covered walkways, at Main Street Elementary School? Because if a kid has to come down from the commons and to the office and have to go back and it's pouring down rain, they wait and we haven't had any kids melt yet, but it's nice to be able to get kids from point A to point B without getting soaked or super hot in the case of sunshine.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily, if we do end up replacing, it doesn't mean that we'll replace it exactly for the length and the distance that you have today. We'll figure out ways to optimize it, but at least to give enough cover for kids, to walk around the campus.
Okay, so it's not just that we're replacing this thing that was there, there's value here and we feel like.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Well, just let me rephrase that. We will do that only if we find that the cost of modernizing the existing one approaches that of building a new one. Because then you might as well just replace it because it's going to last longer.
That's what I was gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And just a backup question too. Have you guys noticed, obviously there's a lot of fluctuation right now with commodities, especially petroleum and oil. Have you guys seen a raise in costs? I would understand transportation, obviously. Has this affected how you're budgeting things right now? And how this might affect 2027? Are we taking any of those increases or those costs into consideration?
From last year to this year, escalation was projected to be 5%. It's actually 6%. But the effect of what's happening today, hard to predict, right? We're going to see it down the line. It's not immediate. But yes, escalation is at 6% right now.
Okay, thank you. So you guys did a pretty good job. You guys estimated 5 and it's now at 6. It's not the greatest news, but it's,
But it may not sound much, but a 1% difference is a significant amount when you could compound that over, say the course of a project, perhaps that it goes 3 or 4 years, or a bond program that goes 7 years. That 1% makes a significant difference in terms of lost buying power that you have. if to expand on on what my colleague mentioned, what the industry experts are saying and economists are saying that the effects of what's happening now are about to hit us because we had current supplies in the market now in terms of steel, copper, and oil supplies and such. Now, it's difficult though, because we thought that tariffs would automatically mean higher costs, but we saw increases. Steel went up, then it went down. Copper went up, went down. So it's a very difficult world to predict now. It's while the world has changed in a lot of elements, that we're seeing on social media, it's changed also in the area of construction as well. So we'll attempt one example you'll see when we come to you with the guaranteed maximum price for the 3 elementary schools, site work and the amphitheater work. We'll build in, you'll see owner contingencies, and owner is you're the owner, you're the district. And so we'll build contingencies of 2 or 3%. We may even build a contingency where if we're not completely out of DSA yet, just in case we get any DSA comments that force any sort of change in plans or change in construction, we'll budget for that. And the benefit of an owner's contingency is that you hope not to use it. And so if you don't use it, 100% of that contingency goes back to the owner for either that project or another project you want to allocate in Measure P.
And one last thing regarding escalation planning for the future. 2024 was the year when the state adopted the new codes. And it came into effect the beginning of this year. So all the school districts who had passed bonds in November accelerated their projects and submitted in December of last year so that they were not subject to the new codes. The new codes increases the cost of construction by roughly 15% for fire life safety. So everyone was trying to avoid that. So DSA got flooded with projects in December. And it's taken longer for us to get out of it. But what's happening now is we're coming out of it, also a lot of other school districts are coming out of it. They're also going into bidding. So now there's a shortage of labor pool. So there's a lot of factors. It's not just what's happening around the world, but it's also what's happened with the code change.
You guys ahead of that? People like
Everyone's trying to be ahead of
right?
everything.
I mean,
In some respects, yes. The district selected a strong general contractor, Kent Construction. And so the initial price and the data that we saw this morning says, okay, yes, they were aggressive in going out to their subs and securing their subs. And so we're working with district's legal counsel to the superintendent and your CBO about what is a potential option to maybe lock in those costs now and to protect them. But then we're also talking about accelerating some of these other projects and perhaps going with the lease-back model, coming back to you with recommendations on other general contractors for other projects so that we can get them locked in the pre-construction phases and start the process earlier. So there are some strategies that we're trying to employ that so far have worked, and we think that we can optimize them for the next set of projects as well.
That's great. Good to hear you guys have contingency plans in place.
In the world of GCs, SoCal's got a good reputation. Measure C went very well. And our district was great about paying our bills, keeping the contractors happy. So when we put out a bid, we get a lot of big contractors coming out wanting to work for us because we're a known, just like they're a known quantity, SoCal's a known quantity too when it comes to construction. And so that fights off a little bit of this shortage of manpower or human power, but it really helps. It really helps that we have a great business department that takes good care of paying their GCs and things like that. So we'll continue to attract good contractors throughout this whole project.
Good. Thank you.
I just had a budget question and what's coming down the road. We've talked about phase 1 and phase 2, but there's more, right? There's we've got 47.9 million in this budget update, but we know that we got a larger bond and we had some pretty important things we talked about, modernizing classrooms at other sites. Where are we kind of in the timeline for plans for the next phase?
So we've begun early discussions on it. So these projects will go through 2027. And the remaining projects will start planning for 27, 28. So design planning for that will start sometime towards the end of this year.
The end of which year?
This year.
This year.
2026. It takes that much time for us to plan, get through DSA, and then get a contractor on board.
Thank you.
And our total bond is 75,
73.
73. So we've proposed 47, that we've used 47 of it.
47 would be
committed.
Yeah.
Committed
Yeah,
is the
48
word, thank you.
be committed.
Well, yeah. The two projects, actually three projects, the field projects, we do know the numbers, they're coming in. The others are estimates. So it will,
It'll go down, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
On the field projects, you said we're very close to getting through DSA. What's your most reasonable timeline for when the fields will be done in the fall?
No idea. We really want to get them done sometime in October, before the weather changes, because you hate to lose days to weather, especially in field projects.
Yeah.
Because one of the last things that's happened is the tightening up of the actual field. So if you get rain on Tuesday, you may lose 3 days because you got things that have to dry out. I mean, we dodged a bullet with the track that we put in at New Brighton. We had some really heavy rain, and that was a very specific pour in place. We're not doing a track like that anywhere else, but it's really, and we figured it out, the contractor predominantly, and we finished on the date that they promised they'd be finished when they started the project. So that's good. So we're hoping October, just before but we got to get out of DSA. I mean, we really wanted, honestly, 4 months ago, we wanted to have shovels in the ground at Soquel by now. And we don't. I think it worked out well for the site because they have a lot of end of year, all the schools have a lot of end of year things going on. And so they're probably happy that we're not tearing it up, and their promotion ceremonies and their field days are going off without too much of a hitch. I know Miss Damer's behind me back there nodding. But we are going to run into some rush at Soquel. We're redoing the main parking lot, and that has to be ready for day one of school, day one of staff, and much less school. So, but that's okay. Kent, once again, is very good of critical path, getting us where we need to be to reach certain deadlines. So I know it's going to be pushy, but I'm not concerned.
If someone wanted to see our whole modernization plan for the whole district, where do we have that information? Is that
Yeah, there is a Measure P website.
connected
link
to our,
to the-
on our
Yeah,
website?
on our district website, there's a button that says facility bonds, and there's kind of a recap of the 2016 one and current projects for Measure P.
This district staff and together presentation updates thing. Superintendent does an article and such, so we'll assist to develop those materials.
Yeah, Dag's been really helpful with that. And if I can, I would just like to say thank you to the team. It just makes me very humbled and proud when I see architects that can, when you ask a question, they say, "Oh no, we've talked to the teachers and this is what they want." I can just tell you, when I was a teacher and we had bond projects, I never talked to an architect, and a construction manager or an architect never came to our staff meetings. And this team has just been, it's tens of millions of dollars. It's big, intense projects, and yet they still really value the input. It's not just, a buzzword for them. And Jim is like the perfect little power boost for that, and you just won't see a lot of places where you look back at the office manager and nobody knows that site at Soquel, for example, as well as Miss Damer, and she's had input. I hope she feels like she's had input on that. And I don't know, I just wanted to acknowledge that this team has really fit in with our district culture, and it just makes me very proud.
During Measure C, we visited a site. We were looking at modular, because that's how we built our new classrooms. And the principal was showing us around. And so I kind of, went up to him and said, how much input did you have? He goes, well, I got to pick out the color of the carpet.
And
that's
that is not atypical. Even as a
Yeah.
principal, I had to fight to get in and get input on site projects.
Yeah. So we're hoping we're giving them a little bit more than that.
Well, thank you. We really appreciate all the work that you're doing. We're excited for the fields in October. You committed to that, so.
Yeah. Well,
You said a month.
I didn't say October 1st.
We'll work on the weather.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yes. Very good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Stay in roll. So you guys do. Oh.
Great, now, oh, I'm sorry. I always forget the public comment. Public comment on that item. Okay. Anything?
Nothing
No.
on email.
Okay, now we're just so excited to get to Amanda, CNS. Yes.
Samples.
Oh. No.
Amanda, the clicker's up there. if you
Oh.
need it. Yeah. You can go
Here.
either place. Yeah.
Hi. Is that good? Okay. I'm Amanda Timar, Director of Child Nutrition Services. You can find our monthly menu and information about nutrition and fitness on our CNS website. We operate 3 elementary site kitchens and 1 middle school central kitchen and storeroom. Our team includes 9 CNS employees who serve 6,000 meals per week. This school year, breakfast participation has remained fairly steady, while our lunch participation dipped slightly. Part of this dip in lunch participation is intentional. I removed chocolate milk at the elementary lunch because some students were taking a full meal just for the chocolate milk and then placing the entree on the share table, which was increasing our food waste. So moving forward, our goal is to increase participation, again, while continuing to reduce food waste. School meals support students' health, improve focus and learning, and provide free and reliable access to nutritious foods for all students. Our program is funded through federal and state reimbursements, with all students receiving free meals through community eligibility provision and California Universal Meals. In addition, we receive USDA entitlement funds based on meals served, which we use to purchase USDA foods. School meals must meet strict federal standards through National School Breakfast and Lunch Program. These standards limit sodium, fat, and added sugar while focusing on lean protein, fruit, and vegetables. It's not just about one meal meeting the standard, it's about a full week of menus working together to meet all nutritional guidelines. I'm waiting on guidance from the USDA on how the new dietary guidelines for Americans will impact our school meal program. Early direction points to more emphasis on protein, full fat dairy, and whole grains, while continuing to reduce highly processed foods, refined carbohydrates, and added sugars. We will adjust our menus once final requirements are released. Across all sites, we offer daily salad bars featuring a wide variety of fruits and vegetables. This supports students' choice while also helping us increase fruit and vegetable consumption. Students are required to take at least one serving from the salad bar with each meal. And here's a list of the items that we serve on the salad bars. This year, we introduced new lunch entrees focused on student appeal and variety. These additions are designed to increase student participation by offering familiar, popular foods while maintaining compliance with the federal nutrition standards and meal pattern requirements. Here are some photos of the breakfast and lunch entrees at New Brighton Middle School. A picture really says it best. You can see the variety and quality of what our students are eating each day. So here are some of the popular entrees that we serve. And samples are a great way for students to try new foods. While the students can taste something in small amounts and see it more than once, they become more comfortable and more likely to try it again. And I've really had an emphasis on samples this year. We've done some really fun ones. So those are persimmons and moondrop grapes and roasted beets. Surveys give students a voice. The CNS survey received 470 responses from both elementary and middle school students, and that feedback is helping us shape future menus. And on the right are some of the suggestions that the kids had for menu options. I'd like to give out 3 cheers for our dedicated CNS staff. I truly appreciate their hard work, their commitment to the students, and the welcoming, friendly faces that they bring to school each day. Bus drivers are also a great help to CNS. They deliver our food to the elementary school sites each morning. CNS is focused on reducing sugar consumption by offering more savory and lower sugar breakfast options. We're also providing extra protein at breakfast to support student energy and focus throughout the morning. Another priority is finding the perfect freshly baked pizza for our elementary sites. And to help guide menu decisions, we continue to use samples, taste testing, and student surveys to gather valuable feedback. And looking ahead, we aim to expand scratch cooking through employee training and improvements to kitchen infrastructure. We're working on recipe development to increase vegan and gluten-free options for students with different dietary needs. And in addition, we will continue our efforts related to State Bill 1383, focusing on reducing food waste across our sites. And that's it.
Thank you, Amanda. I love everything about this. I love that you've noticed the chocolate milk and the food waste, and that that every student can get free meals, that there's such a variety of foods. I mean, all of the foods looked amazing. They really, really did. It's just incredible. So thank you.
And as long as you mentioned it, what was the solution? Did you stop giving them chocolate milk
At the elementary schools, yes.
at the elementary school?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, and
that's
so
why-
now we say when you come to because the middle schoolers don't do that. So when you come to middle school, you can have chocolate milk. You just gotta wait.
That's great.
Yeah, yeah. So I know they were kind of disappointed, but in the end,
Yeah.
the food waste wasn't unacceptable. So
I like to keep in such a close track of that.
Could
Yeah.
you explain the pizza journey or what's happening with the freshly baked pizza?
Pizza, yeah.
Does it look good?
Yeah, yeah. We used to serve Domino's Pizza at the elementary schools. Main Street still serves Domino's Pizza, and it's special Domino's Pizza that has whole wheat crust and low fat cheese. But their numbers are so high, and her kitchen is so small that she cannot bake pizzas in there. So at Soquel and at Santa Cruz Gardens, we've been working at finding a good pizza that we bake in-house. But we did a deep dish. The kids didn't like it, had too much sauce. So now we tried a French bread pizza, which I think the kids are really liking. And we also have a wedge pizza. So I think between the French bread and the wedge pizza, I think we found a winner.
And then at New Brighton, you make your own?
We bake it here.
You bake it?
Yeah, yeah. We don't like make the dough and have it rise and do that, but it comes frozen and we bake it and. Mhm.
Yeah, I love everything about this, and we've noticed this in years past, but I just always want to thank you so much for giving students so much voice in their food choices and their exposure to different foods. I think your commitment to providing them samples and exposing them to new things is awesome. And then, giving a survey and paying attention to like, oh, which samples are more popular? Like, that's great. I don't know that they've always had, been able to have the opportunity to have so much of a voice in their own food journey here. So I really appreciate that. And just so much gratitude for what your small and mighty team does in the space of a day with the number of meals you prepare and serve. It's
very impressive.
It's so expensive. It is such hard work. And if you could please pass on to the team how much we like value and honor and appreciate what they do. I mean,
Yeah.
kids can't learn if they're hungry, right? We all know that.
Yes,
so.
100%.
Yeah.
And and I'm really proud too, because we haven't had any turnover in our department this year. So
Right.
that really means a lot in food service. Yeah. So.
And a lot of folks who work in CNS tend to be parents in the district, right?
And that's really fun too. And I'm really committed too to those employees to make sure that they're working in the school where their children attend, or, trying to make sure that they can go on field trips still. So, because I know that's, that's kind of, they want to work, but they also want to be in part of their school environment too. So.
That's great. I mean, if that's such a strength for the community too, when the kids have that connection with the person who's in the cafeteria, knowing, that they're also connected through their students. So I love that. Thank you.
Amanda said it best, but just, I love the student voice that you're giving. I love the variety that kids might think, oh, I don't like that. But just the fact that you're putting it out there and giving them samples, it's really great. Your creativity is off the charts. I appreciate it.
And the samples have really been fun this year, because I really am getting dry, because I'm the one handing them out. And so I get direct feedback and and then they come, you try something at breakfast and then they come by and see me at lunch and say, whether they liked it or not. So. But then if they do like it, then they can see it. We will try to put it on the menu like the following week. So you can, see the progress.
Yeah. And I like your goals too, that you're being aware of gluten-free and vegan and just those options, the salad bar at each school.
And I feel like we can really meet those goals really easily here at New Brighton, because the students can have a choice and they can make decisions. And it's hard at the elementary because we only have one entree. Because if we have two, it just takes a really long time for the kids to go through the line. So I am trying to kind of think about a different way that I could maybe introduce some sort of second entree at the elementaries. So we'll see.
I just like that you're opening up these kids. Like, I never had a crepe until I was 50. So that's awesome. Acai bowls, avocado toast.
Yeah, well, those were all the suggestions.
I know.
Yeah, I know. So we'll
I'm gonna
see.
be showing up for breakfast.
Yeah, so we'll see what we can put on the menu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks.
Oh,
yeah.
yes, please, public comment.
The other day, field trip, and
eighth graders, one of the things that they're talking about is how great the food is. And the kids have already heard all the rumors. Anyway, they came through lunch, and then we had today at gratitude, I said, what are you grateful for? Main Street, we brighten, moving forward and home. And they also talked about the food. They're all grateful for the food before they even go. Also, shout out to Karen, we did a blues song thing, whatever, for the fifth grade, and they sung of the lunch lady blues. It was all about how she makes their day. So it really, you guys have such a critical role. And so from food to personnel, I just.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I'll add a public comment. Amanda and her team are the real deal. If you think about, like, we talk a lot about equity in schools and being student centered, and I think it would be easy for CNS to feel far away from that. But Amanda, the work that you all have done to allow students to see representation, to like the excitement that students express when they see a dish that represents their culture, and to be able to share that with their peers is so cool. Amanda and her team reached out to me earlier this year because they wanted to collaborate and get more training on how to better serve our students with disabilities. And they just, you couldn't be more student centered than they are. And it's truly a pleasure to work with you and your team, because you think about all of our students and all of their many diverse strengths and needs, and you all just do such a great job.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure. And I have a great, amazing team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, there is one email. Oh, one email.
Before I read it, I just want to echo what everybody said. Thank you so much for the innovation you've brought, Amanda, to CNS and our district, and especially for the student voice that you accentuate. And I also just want to say I really appreciate you being a member of our administrative council, because I think sometimes departments, can kind of want to work in a silo, and you never have. And even little things like working with our principals and being so approachable to their ideas. I know, like, the flow of the lunch line in this room right here at New Brighton has gotten so much more fluid, and that all contributes to a nice, healthy environment for students to consume food. So just thank you for being such a great member of our team. And I'm going to read this email, and I just want to remind everybody, I try to read these with the appropriate tone and expression. This one, so a lot of the topics in here have already been addressed, kind of like looking to the future in Amanda's presentation, and also kind of connecting it back to our Measure P presentation. There will be work done to enhance our elementary kitchens. And so those are my little caveats before I read this, because I have to read it. So this is from Casey Ryberg. And it says, trustees and superintendent, I want to start by acknowledging and thanking Amanda and the nutrition services team for the improvements we've seen at the middle school since she joined the district. There's been a real effort to move towards fresher, more thoughtfully prepared meals, such as the tofu bowls. And students deserve nutritious food, and it's encouraging to see that the priority reflected in the middle school kitchens. At the same time, I want to express concern that our elementary school students are not benefiting from those same changes because the elementary sites currently lack the kitchen infrastructure needed for meaningful scratch cooking. As a result, elementary menus still rely heavily on highly processed foods that can simply be reheated. We know from extensive research that diets high in ultra-processed foods are linked to increased risk of obesity, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, behavioral concerns, and poorer long-term health outcomes for children. These are not small issues. School meals make up a significant portion of what many children eat every day, especially our youngest students. I'm also deeply concerned about the amount of added sugar being served at the school sites. When you total the sugar in a typical breakfast and lunch, it can easily exceed the American Heart Association's recommended maximum of 25 grams of added sugar per day for children. I saw one bag lunch that had over 60 grams of added sugar after adding the Uncrustable, the watermelon flavored craisins, the juice, and the chocolate oatmeal bar. That is astonishing for meals being served in schools. Our elementary students deserve the same access to fresh, minimally processed meals that middle school students are beginning to experience. Nutrition should not depend on which campus a child attends. As the district plans for Measure P projects, I hope and expect that renovating all elementary kitchen sites to support real scratch cooking will be treated as a priority investment in student health, wellness, and academic success. This is an opportunity to create a healthier future for our children, and I hope the district will fully commit to it. I also hope to continue to see more plant-based, fresh items on the menu that aren't ultra-processed and are low in added sugar. Families and parent-teacher organizations are eager to partner with nutrition services to think outside the box and ensure healthier school food for our students, but we need the infrastructure to do it. Thanks for your time.
So can I should respond? Yeah.
You can.
Okay.
It is not required, but you can.
Yeah, and so the USDA has set new sugar guidelines, and they are coming into effect next school year. And so that's a really big step, because then that makes the manufacturers make things that have less sugar in it, because that's been part of the problem. Like the oatmeal breakfast bar that we serve, yeah, it has more sugar in it than I would like it to be. But it's so now the manufacturers are going to have less sugar in those items, and so that will be great. And we also are going to have restrictions where we have, I think it's 10% of the total calories can't come from added sugar. So we'll have new restrictions next year that we have to meet. And so that really just making sure that the manufacturers are the ones, like with our the yogurt we serve, especially the breakfast items. Yeah, I would agree. They need less sugar in them. And I've been very committed to at least offering protein. Like now we have cheese sticks every breakfast at the elementary school, and here we have hard-boiled eggs and cheese sticks that you can take in addition to whatever you pick out. And we always have a savory option and a sweet option. So and for the packaged foods that we do serve, a lot of them, I really try to find, like, they're pre-made, like it's a tamale. I mean, we're not going to make a tamale in our kitchen, but it's a really like clean, I try to find things that are clean label, that don't have that many ingredients. And next year and some of the items like hot dogs, the hot dogs we serve don't have nitrates in them, but I'm not really, I'm trying to, we were serving hot dogs 2 times a month this year, and I'm going down to 1 time a month next year. So I am, committed to making the lunches as healthy, but I also, it's important to know, like, if the kids don't eat it, it's like not, even though it's good nutrition, but if they don't eat anything, then it's a kind of pointless. So I'm trying to find that happy medium. So, and I wish the kids would like beans more. I really, that's the one thing, because I would love more I try to do vegetarian options at the elementaries, and just beans aren't as popular as I want them to be. So I'm going to keep on trying though.
But your hummus is so good.
I know. It is.
It's delicious. And those
yeah.
roasted chickpeas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a fan.
Can I ask, if you were gonna have more scratch cooking at elementary school sites, is it, would it require more people? Would it require different kitchens or different things at different sites?
It's mostly space, and for staff, a little bit more staff, but yeah, it's mostly space. Like, because you just need space to spread out and to assemble things, because it's not coming
And that's true of all
pre-prepared.
3 elementary sites?
No, Santa Cruz Gardens has the largest kitchen. So and so theirs is a good size.
So
Yeah.
maybe that's more staff there. like
Yeah.
more people.
Well, you end up having to, I have to kind of keep the menu the same at all the sites, because we also don't have that much storage here in New Brighton. So, it's kind of a slow rollout. Like we just have the walk-in refrigerator and freezer that acts as our freezer and refrigerator here, but also as storage. And then we get a delivery once a week, and then we have to, bring it. Yeah, so it's pretty tight. Yeah. Mhm.
Thanks. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, our next presentation is on the SUESD partnership with Campus Kids Connection and our Opal Cliffs facility. And we were going to have CKC here, but they have an illness, not able to be here to join us.
Yeah, Executive Director of CKC Heidi Lister had planned to attend as a kind of a joint session, but had a family situation to deal with, but is here in spirit. So with that, I will just say that there's a lot of layers to this issue. You can see just on the front page, there's some little bit of Measure P involved with this. There's an ELOP element, Campus Kids Connection, and SUSD partnership. So a lot of layers, and obviously there has been community concern about this, and we like to transparently address those concerns when they come up. So let's just talk a little bit about the background of this great partnership that we have with Campus Kids Connection. So it includes a longstanding partnership with for after-school childcare, preschool, and expanded learning programs serving district families. They operate at multiple district sites, including preschool currently at Santa Cruz Gardens and Opal Cliffs, and after-school childcare at the 3 elementaries, Main Street, Santa Cruz Gardens, and Soquel. We have historical memorandums of understanding, or MOUs, that are a little bit hodgepodge, just because there's different programs over the years. And so we had one from 2006 to 2011 that we're still working off of for after-school care. We had the 2010 one through 2020 for preschool programs. And then 10 years ago, we developed one so that we would provide the land free of charge, and CKC would pay to have a nice modular classroom built up at Santa Cruz Gardens. I think that was a real partnership that both sides could take a lot of pride in, two agencies coming together to serve the community. So just a little bit about our background with this great organization. So let's talk about the future. We want to continue this strong partnership for after-school childcare and preschool offerings. Because of declining enrollment and both on the CKC end, mostly on the CKC end, you may have noticed in the last few years, a little kind of niche program from the California Department of Education of transitional kindergarten, which used to just kind of catch students in a certain range of birthday months, has now become available free to all families with 4-year-olds. So a lot of those 4-year-olds used to be in paid for preschool, and now they're at our sites, free to the families and in the great hands of our teachers. So this allows, the unfortunate part about declining enrollment for CKC means that now they can serve the students that have been historically served at 2 sites at just 1. And so it's a consolidation of those 2 programs. And we will in the future, I'm hoping the next board meeting, bring forward to the school board a new comprehensive MOU designed to take all these existing ones and kind of put them in one complete package, and hopefully including CKC being the main provider of our elementary expanded learning opportunities program. And so we're excited to continue with that. So one of the thrusts of the community concern obviously was, consolidating the preschool programs that currently exist at Santa Cruz Gardens and Opal Cliffs into one site at Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary. So I thought it'd be a good idea to take a look at this beautiful site of Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary and just get a little orientation on how CKC is able to serve students there. I mentioned the 2016 MOU that we had to build that great new portable right underneath the Campus Kids Connection logo there. And so that was one that they built. It was kind of in alignment with our Measure C projects since construction was happening in that time. And so that's a great newer facility. that host preschool and will continue to host preschool. And then just, since we're looking at the campus, let's take a look at where some of their after-school childcare takes place. There's a portable, also CKC owned, not as nice as the new modular classroom. It's a portable, and that is back by the playground there. And then when we bring forward the MOU, we hope that the board will consider the MOU at the next board meeting or a future board meeting. We're also proposing, based on CKC's request for after-school childcare, to have included is another classroom. That classroom happens to be room 43 back in the corner there, and it will be nice for them to have an extra room already close to their existing portable. So great facility and great partnership on that campus. And just a closer view, that's the CKC modular. And it's really a nice part of, Jim used the word compound before. I always say that too. So I'm going to try to say complex now, but it's like the early childhood complex back there. And it really puts them in, not an isolated one-off program. It puts them in connection. Right up above that is our SDC preschool classroom. So, like age students. And then across, not showing on here, but across our transitional kindergarten and kindergarten classrooms and a nice playground, all designed for early childhood. So it just puts them in a nice overall complex. And so there's a lot of questions out there. So let's do a little question and answer. So a question has been, is SUESD forcing CKC to close a preschool program? I think that's kind of been the main question out there. And the answer is no. The Opal Cliffs preschool program will be consolidated with Santa Cruz Gardens preschool program. This is a consolidation, not a closure, as clarified in the April 24th letter that we sent out as a joint letter from Executive Director Heidi Lister and myself explaining that. And it's important to note that CKC can serve the same number of preschool students at Santa Cruz Gardens. Notably, there is no current waiting list for affected preschool program. We acknowledge, though, that there is some transportation and routine challenges. We'd be remiss if we didn't acknowledge that. And while the two sites are only 3.5 miles away, I get it, 3.5 miles in the morning in this area with traffic is complex, right? So I don't want to undersell. 3.5 miles doesn't sound like a lot, but I do acknowledge that there are some inconveniences for sure. Next question. Was Opal Cliffs built with general obligation facility bond funds? The answer, no. Following is a brief summary of how the construction of Opal Cliffs was funded. And we have some folks in the room that were very much a part of that. But it was a combination of Capital Facilities Fund, and in 2007, the financing what they call a COPS loan or certificates of participation. And then 2013, the district refinanced that to generate savings and payments based on interest rates and everything. Next question. Is SUSD allowed to use Measure P funds to repurpose existing buildings, like converting Opal Cliffs into a district office, potentially, and transition the current district office, where our offices are, into a maintenance, transportation, and operation facility? So I'll use that term MTO. And a lot of places it's MOT, but our district is MTO, so I'm going to use in alignment with what our district calls it, maintenance, transportation, and operation facility. So are we allowed to use Measure P funds for that? The answer is yes. In an abundance of caution and with transparency in mind, district staff reviewed the original Measure P resolution and conferred with legal counsel, who confirmed that these are allowable uses of those funds. That said, of course, all plans and budgets, just like they did tonight, will come before the board. School site projects will always be prioritized, and there'll be no impact to some of the projects, to the projects we heard about tonight, like elementary fields, amphitheaters, and modernization projects. Next question. Why does SUSD want to consider repurposing Opal Cliffs into a district office? The answer is to save money. Repurposing existing buildings is much more cost-effective than constructing new facilities. When our district built the beautiful field over here at New Brighton, created a bit of a domino effect. MTO was affected, and they already had really inadequate facilities. If you know the team there led by Steve, you'll never hear him complain. But it doesn't mean that their facilities were not inadequate. And that team in maintenance does do, again, they're kind of the unsung heroes, right? They make sure things are working right at our schools, respond to lots and lots of work orders, very conducive to hearing anybody's need on campus. And so in order to do all those things and continue to do them well, they need proper facilities also. Same can be said for information technology. George, very humble person. You'll never hear him complain. But the facilities, we're kind of patching things together at a time where, IT needs, even at a time maybe where we want to really kind of tighten up how much that's being used in the classroom, or at least having those discussion. The backbone of being able to do everything digitally now, obviously, is just a modern fact of life, and they need proper facilities as well. But I really want to, so it's this team, like this team is doing miracles out there with not the best facilities. And I really want to focus on this domino effect. So this is an old picture of New Brighton, aerial picture of New Brighton. And right here to the left of that wonderful picture of Steve Cartwright, were 2 portable classrooms. And there was a good joke, I think maybe Jim Dupre may have even started it, is like with the 2016 bond, the big thrust, if you all remember, was what? Get rid of all the portables, right? Those old nasty portables, and replace them with nice modern classrooms. And the facilities team was such an important part of that. And we left 2 portables in the whole district standing, and who operated out of them? The facilities team. There's got to be some irony in there. But those were inadequate facilities to begin with. And then, well, here's just a kind of a less than bird's eye view, kind of that's what it used to look like. You can see the older field, and right next to those solar arrays, the 2 last portables standing. And then we built this beautiful new field over at New Brighton that we're all so proud of, and that every day when you come by, whether it's during the school day or even on the weekends, the community's using it. So much upside. There was a minor downside. Those 2 shabby old portables that were at least someplace for MTO to be, you'll notice they're not there anymore. So if you look at the top end of the picture on the right-hand side, where the solar array ends and the volleyball courts are, right in that general vicinity is where those 2 MTO portables used to be, and they had to be knocked down so that we could create the proper field for our middle school students and for our community. So they started with inadequate facilities, and then we had to knock down those facilities. And the domino effect continues. And a thought we had is, well, where could they go? They could move into our district office with some repurposing to that facility. And then where did the district office go? And the thought was, wouldn't Opal Cliffs make a great site for that? And not negating all the wonderful, we used to have TK there when TK was more of that just small program. But now we have TK students in our classes at every school site where they're part of a school community and they go to their home school. So it's really not taking anything away from that facility to repurpose it in that fashion. I'd like to give you a summary of some of the MTO and IT facility needs. Quick summary is they're aging, undersized, and no longer sustainable. There's flooring, water damage, HVAC limitations, which is not just for comfort. There's a lot of equipment, especially on the IT side, that needs to be in a certain temperature. There's a lack of storage, and that creates operational and safety concerns. Our equipment, records, groundskeeping materials are all being stored in temporary and inadequate locations. A right-size MTO and IT facilities would better support staff, equipment, records, and the district long-term needs, which all in the end better support students. So I'd like to show you some physical examples of this. And I do want to just read a little part that our friends from maintenance and IT shared with me before I show you these pictures. So the portable that the tech department is in has seen better days. Steve found out from Jim how long the portable has been there. And he said it was moved here around 2004. Before then, it was used as a special ed room in New Brighton. He estimates it's over 40 years old. Portables are not meant to be used that long. The floor is not in good condition. It suffers from the same problem that the boardroom is having. We've had to have the floor repaired in multiple places because it was unstable. We also have a couple of big chunks in our floor tiles. We don't have sufficient space to store all of the equipment we need. Whenever we get equipment deliveries, we have to use space at the schools to store it. We can't access our workbench because there are spare TVs in front of it. The back wall has water damage. We don't have adequate HVAC for our network equipment in the back of the office, and we currently have a portable AC unit in there. So let's take a look at some pictures to verify this. There is a, right below where George sits in his office. Oh, and Isaiah, right? There's one for, yeah, so that's just the condition of the IT office. Here's some water damage back in that office to the wall. These are some of our groundskeeping and maintenance utilities, materials being stored in a way that they shouldn't be stored, but we have no choice. There's showing the lack of storage. Again, groundskeeping and MTO facility or materials just kind of being stored wherever we can find space. These two old sea containers serve as a lot of our storage, including really important records that at some point aren't going to be sustainable in that kind of environment. And that is the room that we normally have our board meetings in, up at the district office, the Sandra Wallace boardroom. And that was not created, that X was not created for the purposes of this presentation. That is an X that we have for people not to step in that part of the floor because it's starting to give. And we've had to have that floor, you know, in the underneath restored previously. So it's just barely hanging on. That's a MOT or maintenance facility in another local district, about our same size, also a K-8 district. Yes, it's Live Oaks. And so just, you know, what a more typical facility looks like for these teams to be able to work out of. So in summary, we value our longstanding partnership with CKC, and we're going to continue it. The partnership benefits the community. The proposal we're talking about consolidates programs for preschool at Santa Cruz Gardens, maintaining preschool access while still acknowledging that it will create some transportation and routine challenges. Opal Cliffs was not built with general obligation funds. Measure P funds are legally able to be used to repurpose the facilities, the existing facilities we discussed here. And that was vetted with legal. Repurposing Opal Cliffs would help address aging, undersized, inadequate tech, MTO record storage and operation spaces. Repurposing existing buildings is obviously much less expensive than building new ones. And now I will turn it over for board discussion.
That. And so Heidi couldn't be here, but the conversation with CKC and Heidi Lister was collaborative. It was that they were open to this consolidation given their declining enrollment.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was never a unilateral, a forced discussion. And we had both Heidi and Jill Fulkerson, who is their version of Allison. Allison was in the meetings. I think she can attest to the fact that it was, yeah, I mean, to some degree, it was even suggested by CKC. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think to go to that point, as we all know, at least up here at this table, we heard a lot, in a very compressed amount of time. We heard a lot from parents of this preschool program who were, you know, quite upset, and it just didn't quite connect with our understanding of this, the collaborative nature of the conversation. So it seemed as though there was some misinterpretation, miscommunication along the way, whatever it is that happened. We were really hearing a lot of concern. So I'm glad that this is such a clear and transparent conversation. I mean, we have had conversation at board meetings about future uses of this site to be a potential district office and why it makes sense, but not to this level of, you know, clarity in terms of really deeply understanding, especially the needs that we have for the maintenance and the tech team. So, it was really thorough, so I don't have any more questions.
Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question about funding? Is there funding set aside in our Measure P bond to do the project at the district office? Or is that a future hope?
There's at least a scope for that budget, and I might, if it's okay, defer to some combination of VJ and Allison to address that. Hate to put you on the spot, but
Yes, there is an opportunity just based on all the projects that we've looked at from the Measure P bond when we did the original facilities master plan. And as we're going through developing these projects, it's becoming clearer that we may be able to carve out some funds to allocate towards this move. I just want to add to what Scott mentioned. Right now, Building J is being used as storage facility.
yeah, I forgot that one.
And Building J is going to be, it's going to be demolished as part of phase 1. So when that happens, there is no storage facility that exists for New Brighton as well as for the district. It is not recommended to use bond funds to build a storage facility. So why not take what you have, your current assets, which are not the best asset that you have, which is the existing deal, use part of it as storage. And then repurpose Open Cliffs for a deal. So again, long-winded answer, yes, there is a potential carve out some funds to make this happen.
Thank you, Vijay.
Other question? Comment?
Well, I guess, back to the preschool issue, the way CKC operates, I mean, they're not like us, right? Where students have to live within a certain area to attend a preschool.
Right.
So the preschool students who are currently at Opal Cliffs could potentially be coming from anywhere. So for some families, there's a chance, you know, that they'd be coming to the gardens from a different approach where they might not have as much of a traffic impact. I mean,
That is true. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know, we've also talked to them, again, the relationship is so strong. And the MOU will bring to you will just be a 2-year one because we really want to kind of stay flexible. There could be a time where we want to add a preschool at one of our other elementary sites, right? So, you know, we'll stay flexible and meeting the community's needs with our partner.
If there's no other comments from the board, I know we have a public comment. Mike, do you want to come forward?
I don't know, I've been in this session before, and I don't know if now that it's on the agenda, we can have some back and forth. Like if I can ask questions, can you respond, or is it
It's
still just a statement?
Typically, that
Okay.
it's comments that you provide.
Great. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your concern about commute times. I realize this is the easiest piece of criticism of the feedback that I've brought to you, and I understand why you seized on it. Thank you also for clarifying that you're going to use some of this $73 million bond fund and plan to use it to close a daycare facility and build yourselves a new office. I trust that you do realize the real issue is that you're going to plant your desk where children should be reading, painting, playing in the garden. When you say consolidate, we know that you mean close forever. Per your own plan, no student will ever attend Opal Cliffs again so that you can have offices. You are doing this without a cohesive plan, no legitimate funding for replacement, and you're doing this at a time when this district is supposed to build more housing. We understand, and I mean, we, the taxpayers. I should mention there's a change.org petition of over 215 signatures. We understand that maintenance, transportation, operations, IT need new facilities. What we cannot understand is why the administrative and district offices need to replace the entire facility at Opal Cliffs. Opal Cliffs was built originally to be a joint use facility. There are multiple buildings and multiple areas that can be used for district offices while maintaining a daycare facility. Why would you want to rip out the garden that's there and the toddler-specific playgrounds to fenced-in, perfectly apportioned for daycare facilities? Was sharing the space as the building was originally designed and built even considered? Board of Trustees, you have the power to review and approve every Measure P bond dollar spent. I urge you to prevent any future Measure P money to be spent at this facility. And by that, I mean Opal Cliffs. When you transform a building from a school into a district office, it changes use. You have to submit a permit to change the function of that building. Measure P money is meant for school facilities. The district would like to use it for administrative offices. Why would we spend taxpayer dollars to improve school facilities on this project? Campus Kids Connection and the district do have a very tight relationship. The district also informed Campus Kids Connections over a year and a half ago that this facility was closing. They didn't say when, they didn't say for what, and they didn't say what CKC was supposed to do about it. But that has impacted CKC's desire and willingness to enroll new students at Opal Cliffs. So I wonder how much of the current lack of waitlist is delivered or engineered by this board to ensure that there is no waitlist at this time. Today, their website shows that that facility is going to close in August. Lastly, I'd just like to conclude by saying, if there is no cohesive plan, if there is no funding set aside, and if where you're moving us to, Santa Cruz Gardens, the construction team just told us that there should be nobody there in the summer, you're moving us there in June, like less than a month. Please make a resolution to stop the closure of this facility. Please make a resolution to prevent any Measure P bond funds being used
You're at time, Mike. Thank you.
to close the daycare. Thank you for your time.
Are there any other public comments?
Nothing on email.
This is a presentation, not an action item. So if there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next presentation, which is,
Madam President, can we maybe think about moving 9D and E to another day? And I see there's 2 action items still left.
I can name the 9D tune in 1 minute.
What's that?
I can name that one really quick, 9D. So if it's time issue, I don't think 9D is an intensive. We're not going to talk about the evaluation. It's just the dates for it.
And 9E?
What's 9D?
summer school.
That's going to go as long as that one?
It's meant to be a quick hitter, but that just obviously is the board's call. We think we can get those done pretty fast.
I think when we've looked ahead at the May 20th potential agenda, it's very robust.
Yeah.
I know it's late.
I would say let's do 9D because 9D I think can be fast, and then
9E can be fast.
I think 9E can be fast too. Yeah.
So 90 is not my actual evaluation. It's just setting the dates for it and making sure that the board is in alignment with them. We only have 3 board meetings left. So it's those 3 board meetings that will be focusing on my evaluation. So are there any questions about that?
No.
All right, thank you. And there's no comment on email, so.
Okay, 9E.
We're excited about summer school.
It's gonna happen. Great plan and our staff.
Amazing.
One that I do really want to call out is that, summer school, general education summer school is a function of ELOP. Comes with specific requirements, et cetera. And we are really, really proud of the way that we've rolled it out and prioritized access to that program for unduplicated students.
I hate to do this and I appreciate your brevity, but your mic's off. And I just, in case somebody is listening at home,
I don't,
because
I
if you feel
appreciate it.
it's
Yep.
important,
No.
I'd love to hear you. And I love, yeah.
So thank you. We have really prioritized making sure that any unduplicated student who wants to enroll in the program has the opportunity to. It would be easy to say, we sent out the form, we had a chance to register, and now we're going to fill the program with anybody else. But we have gone through our list and reached out personally to families to make sure that, technology wasn't a barrier, communication, those sorts of things. And so we're really proud of that. We are now in the process. A class of 15 costs the same as a class of 20, and that's the cap under ELOP is 20. And so now we're in the process of reviewing our referrals to make sure that any student who would benefit from attending the summer program has the opportunity to. And so we're very excited about that. That's all.
I'm so sorry. That was an awesome update. I think that's incredible. That's so cool. Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Now our action items. 10A, consider approval of proposals from Freeman Environmental Company.
Okay, and so this is something that is required for the fields that are going to be going into Main Street, SoCal, and Santa Cruz Gardens. What Freeman Environmental Company does is they help prepare the stormwater pollution prevention plan for SWIPs and so forth, which is required for this type of construction. The fiscal impact of this to the general obligation bond will be about $31,000.
Is this someone we worked with before with the New Brighton field, or did we go through a similar, we had to go through the same process for that field, I assume?
Yeah, it was the
Mhm.
same process, and I can't name if we used Freeman.
That's okay. I'm just curious.
And this was a bid process. What was the process for selecting Freeman?
For this one, this wasn't a bid. This was basically best price is what we
Got it.
did. So we kind of went out and got a couple prices and then went with the best one.
I don't have any other questions. All right, is there a motion?
I'll make the motion to consider to approve the proposal from Freeman Environmental Company.
I'll second. Any public comment before we
Any public
take a vote?
comment?
Nothing on email.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 10A passes. 10B, consider approval of the declaration of need for fully qualified educators.
This is an annual item that we bring to the board, as do most districts throughout California. The declaration of need for fully qualified educators is required by the Commission on Teacher Credentialing in order for a district to have access to certain emergency or unlimited assignment permits should the need arise during the school year. I really want to be clear that this item does not indicate that we are having trouble recruiting or that we are not doing a good job filling positions. We continue to make every effort to recruit and hire fully qualified, fully credentialed teachers. This declaration simply gives us flexibility in a few areas that are traditionally more hard to staff statewide, such as special education, middle school single subject assignments such as math and science, EL authorizations, and other areas. In other words, this is a proactive and routine compliance item, not a response to urgent staffing problems. There's no fiscal impact, and approval allows the district to remain prepared if a credentialing need comes up during the school year. I recommend that the board consider approving this declaration.
Any questions?
The multiple subject assignment, is that a grade level assignment?
Multiple subject could be any of our elementary sites, and just having that flexibility allows for examples such as recruiting dual language immersion teachers is, they're very coveted commodity and not easy to come by. And we have had instances, some great teachers in that program that had to start on a permit while they gained their full credential and have turned out to be great teachers. So it just provides the flexibility if that scenario arises.
Any public comment? We've done this a few times, so.
Every year.
All right, I'll make the motion to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. 10C, consider adoption of the resolution for bylaws governing the Measure P Citizens Oversight Committee.
Yeah, and so this one's pretty much straightforward. It's just, oops, I lost my screen. And my mic's probably not on. So this is pretty much straightforward. This is just to adopt the bylaws for our CBOC, our Citizens Oversight Committee. And these bylaws are similar to the board that we have here. And this would just put them in place before our next CBOC meeting. And this is a standard practice for a Citizens Oversight Committee to adopt these bylaws.
We have an existing oversight committee, correct?
Yes, yes.
So
It's
that-
just adding the bylaws.
Got it,
to
got it.
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
It's not creating another, yeah.
Any public comment?
Just want to note that the first duty of the Citizens Oversight Board is notifying the public. So there's a reason why the Opal Cliff School is closing years before there's a planned project to be reviewed by that Citizen Oversight Board. Just wanted to note that for you and for the record.
Okay, there were a motion for this action item.
I'll make the motion.
Second,
Second the motion.
all in favor?
Aye.
Oh, it's a resolution?
What's roll call?
A roll call? Okay.
Trustee Gray,
Aye.
trustee Jackson Miller,
Aye.
trustee Edmondson, trustee Dickinson,
Aye.
Okay, resolution passes. Is there any final correspondence? Are there any future agenda items that any trustees would like to raise at this moment?
Not at this moment.
All right, we're ready for adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Board adjourns at 10:09. Thanks for
Thank
all of
you.
you who stuck around.
Post 10 PM.